All right, y'all. What's happening? What is up? Good Sunday morning to you all. All right, y'all. What's happening? What happened? I got an echo coming. Good Sunday morning to you all. Well, let me see what's going on. Oh, here we go. All right, there we go. All right, y'all. I do know what I'm doing. I know I don't look like I know what I'm doing, but I do know what I'm doing a little bit. All right, y'all. Good morning. Welcome to the Let's Talk the Better Black Life podcast. I'm your host, Brother Clarence, and man, I'm just out here trying to put some good news out here for you and give you some good news. I want to speak on a little bit before I get started. Let me speak on what I witnessed last night. Last night, I was on a panel last night, and I saw a lot of stuff that really kind of made me go, wow, you know what I mean? So for all of the rest of you guys that actually get on these panels, make sure when you get on these panels that your first allegiance is to your own duality. Your first allegiance is into your own duality. You want to make sure you can walk among anybody and be respected and not have to take sides within a spat, right? If my sister and my brother have a fight, or not a fight, but a spat, verbal altercation, I love both of them. So if I go to the sister say, you got to be on my side. And the brother, I go to the brother, and the brother say, you got to be on my side. I'm not going to be on either one side. I'm going to let them hash that out. And I'm going to be able to move as I move. You know, sometimes people say to me, you know, you need to take a side on this or that. But I don't take sides, and especially with people I don't know. I don't have no intimate knowledge of what actually is going on or anything. How can I take a side on something where I don't know what's actually going on? I don't know what's going on. So I'm only trying to make sure that, you know, doing my best to help make sure that nobody gets hurt. But I'm going to have to let it go. I'm going to have to let people do what they do. Oh, sister over the top. Good to see you. Good morning, sister. Good morning. Or good morning if you're in Los Angeles. Wherever you are, good morning, good afternoon. Yeah, I'm talking about the little spat I was on I'm not going to say the platform. You guys will probably be able to figure it out. But just don't take sides. Sister WME, you out there too. Don't you're going to be asked to take sides on so many different situations, and really you don't know any of these people. You don't know what intimately is going on. Let me get Sister WME, peace to you, and Sister Inya, peace to you too. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, don't pick sides. You know what I mean? You don't intimately. Yeah, I try not to, sister. I try not to. You know what I mean? But I'm telling this for y'all, because y'all might be out there and you might get caught up. A lot of stuff was going down. I was on a panel last night and it got ridiculous. But luckily it got like that after I left. I mean, not luckily, but let me say it like this. Luckily for me, I wasn't being put in a position at that time to try to take a side on this person or that person or this platform or that platform. I wasn't asked to do that at that time. But I have had times where people behind the scenes have asked me to take sides. And I explained to them, I don't take sides. I don't even know what's going on. You know, I'm just hearing your side of it. If I go to them, I'm hear their side of it. So I don't intimately know any of these people. So how am I supposed to take a side? So I try not to take sides and none of this. So this is advice for the rest of y'all when y'all go on these platforms, because people will try to get you to take sides. And if you don't, they want to push you to the side. Sister WMA, I think they know better to ask me. I'm not in the mess. I never argue with anyone. Yeah, that's the best way to be. That's the best way to be. You don't want to argue with nobody. You don't want to, because we ain't coming here to argue. We coming here to share our views with like-minded people. And if they think enough of us to help us financially, help us financially, then cool. That's what we're here for. We're not here to argue with nobody. I mean, we can give our different points of view and different perspectives, but in the end, I'm not here to argue with nobody. I don't even know anybody well enough to argue with them on YouTube. I don't even know you well enough to argue with you. You got a different opinion than me. You got a different opinion than me. That's cool. I mean, what we're gonna only just discuss that and that's it. But I'm saying, that's I saw friendships crack and I saw a lot of bad stuff happen last night, and so I'm hoping that people don't get pulled into having sides on uh, what's going on, Sister Maya. Peace to you. Yeah, I'm just talking about the little situation that went down on the panel I was on last night. You guys will probably find out or figure it out sooner or later. Um, but anyway, yeah. So I saw friendships crack there, and I just it hurt my heart because I know two people are really they really have a fondness for each other, but you know you never know. You know what I'm saying? You never know. So, but anyway, just something I'm putting out there to y'all before y'all, you know, when y'all go on these panels, don't pick a side. And most of you guys don't. I'm not saying you guys do. I've seen you guys out there, Sister Inya, Sister Maat, Sister WME. I've seen you guys out there, so I'm not saying you guys do pick sides. Um, but Brother Loverboy knows what I'm talking about. Where we saw something really ugly happen last night. Peace to you, Brother Loverboy. Um, but yeah, man, so it was a really ugly situation. So, but don't pick no sides because you don't know any of these people well enough. Uh, peace to you, Sister Blaze. Yeah, it was an ugly situation last night. It was an ugly, really ugly situation, and I was like, man, what's going on? You know what I mean? Because I was like, what's going on? Why am I always in the middle of a war, Sister WM? I don't know. You know what I mean? But you know what? I got out the back door. See, what happened was it was getting late. Okay, let me explain to y'all. Y'all basically was there, so y'all let me just explain to y'all what happened. What happened with me was I was trying to. I was on the panel just trying to get some information about what they were talking about how black women were being dealt with since the '60s. So I just trying to put a little information on that, fill in the gaps from some of the stuff that they were saying. Right? Okay. So excuse me. As I came on, then King came on. Right after I came on, King came on, and so I didn't know. It was a lot of stuff behind the scenes I didn't know. So King came on and he just went in. I mean, he just went in on just about everybody, right? So he went in for about maybe a half an hour, just drilling everybody, right? Well, not I wouldn't say everybody, but he was definitely pushing his program for about a half an hour, right? So it was cool, and him and Jen are friends, so Jen let him get it off. So I didn't know what was going on, but I was just trying to make sure he didn't say nothing that was going to be taken out of context. So anyway, uh, fast forward, Rilla came on the program. Chicago Rilla came on, and so he came on. So my focus after that was okay. I wanted to ask him what his position was as far as how they treat the guests when they disrespect the guests, how he handles that. Does he do anything behind the scenes to tell Anton about that or anything about that? Does he do anything? What's his feelings about that? That was where I was going. But once I seen Chicago Rilla wasn't going to let me get that off, I said, okay, there's nothing else I could do here. So I just left the program, because I said, I'm gonna go home. There's nothing I can do here. He's not gonna let me answer the question. Or he's not gonna let me ask the question because every time I was asking him a question, he was making it seem like I was asking him something about Lapeef, and I wasn't trying to ask him nothing about Lapeef. I was asking him something about him. It was having to do with Lapeef because he's there, but that was the whole thing. I mean, I wasn't trying to ask him about Lapeef. What do are you? No, I just want to know, what do you do? That's what I was gonna ask him. What do you do about certain things? Because I've seen Rilla check Anton a few times. You know what I mean? So I was like, but it wasn't nothing like when he went off on Tawana, or when he went off on Hannibal, or when he went off on he did check him when he went off on Hannibal, but or when he went off on the new girl they got out there, Kayla. I didn't see really get in there, so I don't know where his stance was on that. So that's what I was going to ask him. But every time I set up the question, Rilla was trying to set it up like I'm asking him about Lapeef, and I know. So anyway, he wasn't gonna let me get it off. Anyway, peace to everybody that just got in. Hey, man, wow, man, I'm glad to see all of you guys in here right now, man. Peace to all of y'all. Ron P, Blaze Brown, Just the Wit, everybody else who came in. Yeah, man. So I'm just kind of like wrapping up what happened last night and my feelings on it. It was just an ugly situation, and like I said, you guys are always in the chat. You guys are always on the panels. Just don't take no sides. Just leave everybody alone and walk among the people who you can walk among. You know what I mean? Yeah, but Sister WM, I'm always in the middle of something, but I gotta anyway. That being said, we might talk about that later. I might throw the link out there and let y'all talk about it later. But we got a lot to get to, y'all. Got a lot to get to. So let me start the show. Coming up, as always, the news, the hit parade, the Black History Minute, your money, the job of the week, your money, and then we're gonna get to our lead topic. Okay. Let's see. The news. In the news, a viral TikTok shows a Pizza Hut employee seemingly on the phone with police after refusing to believe a black customer already paid for her food online. Denisha Thompson filmed and posted the video. It has received over 54,000 views and 3,000 likes. The caption reads, Pizza Hut worker calls the police on me to have me removed for not wanting to pay him another $35 when I'd already paid. The text overlay reads, Pizza Hut worker calls the police on me because I won't pay him another $35 and wouldn't give me my food. The other worker ended up giving me my food. Well, I'm just going to let y'all see how the guy is an older white guy, the lady with the name Denisha Thomas, Daisha Thomas, I'm assuming it's a black chick, the sisterhood. The Pizza Hut worker is on the phone, allegedly with the police. I have a customer here that claims that she paid online. Hey. And he says to the person on the other line, she chimes in with the customer service representative, gave him my card number. He swiftly walks away from the counter. Like, how is this my fault? Thompson said. How am I refusing to pay? I already paid. He was rude when I came up in here. Another employee then approached the counter and hands TikToker her food. That's mine, she says, that I paid for. And he's not giving me my food. Thank you. Have a good day, sir. I paid for it. Holy smokes. Okay. So that is Pizza Hut. What do y'all think about Pizza Hut? Should we still be going in there? If they're doing something like this, or they have some type of person that's working there, should we do something like this? Should we? Oh yeah. Just with peace to everybody. They're giving peace and love to the garden. Over the top, and Brother Clarence, come hang out with me and mine. We won't bite. All right, all right, all right, all right. We'll see. We trying to work it out. We trying to work it out, sister. We trying to work it out. Blaze Brown, I'm mindful of my personal space. Yes, you should be. All right, y'all. What do y'all think about this Pizza Hut thing? Should we be going back in there? If they're doing this to us, should we be going back in there? Or should we say, okay, we make them pay for it? We just show them a little bit, show them a little bit. Let's say the rest of us stop going to Pizza Hut. Those of us that eat there, stop going there for about 3 weeks. Just let them see, you know what I mean? How dealing with us. I mean, I would assume that I never see Pizza Huts in pretty much other areas except for our community. So why don't we show them by just not going in there for a couple of weeks and letting them see how they're going to make their money treating us like that. But that's news story number one. Now this is a serious situation right here. Serious situation. Now, listen to this. This is a very serious situation. Sister over the top. I like Dominion. I like Domino's personally. Well, like we said, if they treat us the same way, we got to do something about it. You know what I mean? We got to do something about it. Okay. I usually do one news story, but I'm going to do two today because I thought this one was very important. Man convicted of RPing the Lovely Bones author Alice Sebold exonerated after 39 years. A 61-year-old man was exonerated this week. A 60-year-old. Okay, so let me set the stage. 61-year-old black man was exonerated for the RPing of a white lady. All right. 61-year-old man was exonerated this week for the RPing of award-winning author Alex Sebold after a judge overturned his 39-year-old conviction, citing concerns the wrong person was put away for the 1981 RPing. Associated Press reports that Anthony Broadwater, 61, shook with emotion as he stood up in New York State courtroom, sobbing as the judge absolved him. I've been crying tears of joy and relief for the last couple of days. Broadwater, who was released from prison in 1999, told the AP the next day. I'm also elated. The cold can't keep me from cold. The Onondaga County District Attorney's Office confirms they requested Broadwater's conviction to be vacated after authorities uncovered serious flaws in his prosecution, and it was revealed that a different man likely committed the crime. Holy smokes. How many times have we heard this one? Officials believe Sebold, 58, was ARPed in 1981 when she was an 18-year-old freshman at Syracuse University. But now say Broadwater was not the perpetrator. A 20-year-old man at the time of his conviction, Broadwater served 16 years behind bars following his 1982 conviction for Sebold's RPing. Sebold was a freshman at Syracuse at the time of the vicious attack. In 1999, the same year Broadwater was released from prison, Sebold published a memoir, Lucky, about the life-altering attack and her lifelong recovery. In it, she recalled that being attacked by a black man who she then spotted in the street 3 months later. After seeing her attacker, Sebold, the author of 2002's Lovely Bones and 2007's Almost Moon, went to the police to report him. The area was searched, and eventually Broadwater was detained after an officer recalled seeing him in the area. A lineup was prepared at the police station, and Sebold identified a man who wasn't Broadwater as her attacker. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. See how you can get caught up in stuff? You can just being at the wrong place at the wrong time. However, this did not stop authorities from pressing forward with his prosecution. Holy smokes. Now, she identified a whole nother man, but they still decided, no, we're going to put you in jail for it. But we've been telling people this stuff been happening to us, but they didn't believe us, right? They didn't believe us until it started happening to them. It started happening to white people, and then they start saying, yeah, you're right. This stuff does happen. Anyway, however, this is not okay. So during Monday's hearing, the county William Fitzpatrick called Broadwater's prosecution an injustice, adding it should never have happened. Okay. Now check this out. Check this out. Broadwater remained on New York's sex offender registry following his release from prison in 1999. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. The wrongful conviction made finding employment nearly impossible, he told Post Standard. A GoFundMe page campaign is now accepting donations from Broadwater. Sebo has yet to comment on Monday's development. People emailed her literally edgy, but got no response. Ouch. So I think it's important, especially for you young brothers. I think it's important. Got to watch where you at. Watch where you hanging out at, because you never know. If you're hanging out in places where these police that are unscrupulous. I'm not saying all police are unscrupulous, but some of them are. That's just the reality. That's just the math of it. They can pick you up, and then next thing you know, they can put you in. Even though they identify somebody else, they still can push the program with you. So the best way to protect yourself, try your best not to be places where bad stuff can happen. All right, Brother Ron P. I don't rock with Pizza Hut. Yeah, man, I try not to either. Let's see, this in-house stuff. In-house. So it took that long, Loverboy Linsky. So it took that long. Yeah. Well, they let him out of prison in 1999, but he was still on the sex offender registry. So how are you gonna get a job on like that? It's just they didn't. They should have reversed that as well, but they didn't. So they basically took 21 years away from the guy's life, 22 years. Loverboy, he should sue. He will. Oh yes, I'm sure. Benjamin Crump or somebody will catch up to him and he will sue. Definitely for sure. Sister Wana, peace, Brother Clarence. Yeah, Sister Wana, you was there last night. It was a really it was like a WWE situation. Yeah. Loverboy, will he win a large settlement? I don't know, Loverboy. I mean, you got to pay 20 years, 21 years. You used to think about the guy, maybe his skill level is at probably high school graduation level. So how much does a high school graduate make per year? Probably about $30,000 a year. So let's say they give him $30,000 a year times 21 years. Man, a little bit, close to $700,000. But hey, it's better than nothing, right? That's better than nothing. Sister Blaze Brown, home run in, pizza frozen, or fresh is yummy. Oh, okay. Well, see, Sister Blaze, we don't have all that out here in California, man. Pretty much Pizza Hut and Domino's are running the whole shebang out here. At least in the hood, rather, I should say like that. All right, y'all. We're moving on because we got a lot to get to. Y'all. Let's go to the hit parade. The hit parade. Okay, here we go. Ohio teacher accused of sex misconduct with student that began when she was 14 and lasted 5 years. Ouch. Holy smokes. Some of you guys say, well, why do you do the hit parade? Because every now and then there's a man that'll fly in here and check out what I'm doing, and they may come in here and get this information and see that, man, ain't no more game playing. If you got a problem with something like this, you need to go to a preacher, pastor, or somebody you trust and try to get you some help. Because if you continue to do stuff like this, man, there ain't nobody got no mercy for stuff like this no more. People ain't gonna just let it go no more. People ain't gonna just say, well, that's just Uncle Bob. No, you're not doing that no more. Sister Over the Top, yes, he should sue. A public defender talked about this, and she said it will never change because the system is corrupt deeply. Yeah, you're right, sister. It is corrupt deeply because check this out. The prosecutors, when they get people to get on that registry, they get notches on their belt for it. They put that's a W on form. They don't want to take none of them W's away. They don't want to take not one of them away. So that's why they fight so hard to not do it, or they leave it, or they make sure they progressed on. Now I'm a judge now. Oh, now I'm not a prosecutor no more. Now I'm a judge. Oh yeah, you can do it now, but I'm already a judge now. I'm a sitting judge. I'm set for life, right? It's a dirty little political game, but you guys are right. You guys are right. Let me get back to our story. Benjamin Rutan, 40 years old, was arrested after a former student reported his alleged misconduct and was given a recording device to capture his admission. Ouch. An Ohio middle school teacher and coach was arrested Monday for allegedly SCX conduct with a student that began when the victim was 14. Oh, smokes. And lasted 5 years. This is another reason why I do this. Y'all, those of us with children, I don't have small children anymore. I got granddaughter now, but I got to send her to school soon, right? You got to watch these children, man. You got to be on it, because guys like this, they look for children that don't have people that's on it. Like you just send you got to debrief your children every day. What happened? Who you talk to? What's going on? If they're a little late, you got to question them. What you been doing? Nothing. But don't just let it rock with that. But why I keep doing this, because two reasons. Number one, men that got these kind of issues, I'm trying to show them what's going to happen to them if they don't go and get themselves some help. And number two, I'm trying to show us, the rest of us that got children, we got to watch our children, man. You got to watch you got to debrief your children every time they come, especially from these public schools, but every school, even the private schools, whatever. It's crackpots everywhere. We gotta debrief our children. So when they come home, did nothing happen today? No. Well, which teacher did you talk to today? Who you got to debrief them. You got to debrief them. That way, because what happens is guys like this, how they get to the children is they interview them, they question them, right? He might be mopping the floor or whatever, or he might be the coach throwing the ball. When's the last time you talked to your dad? Oh, but it's been about a week. He doesn't even stop by. What about your mom? Oh, she works 2 jobs. See, he's fishing. He's trying to find out, is there anybody that's going to hold him accountable on the other end if he do something crazy, right? He see somebody, he see a girl or a boy that there's nobody like right there that's going to be on him. See, what you want your child to say? Yeah, as soon as I walk through the door, man, dog, my mom, she's on me right as soon as I walk in the door. My dad's on me right in the door. He go, oh, okay, he just keep on mopping right by that child, right? That's what you want. You don't want your child to say, oh, man, my mom never says nothing to me. She's working 2 jobs. She's too tired. My dad don't even live with us. He lives in a whole other state. That's the reality for some people. But for those of us in that situation, we going to have to work harder. You're working 2 jobs, you're going to have to check in a little more. I mean, it is what it is, man. These nutcases is out here, and they jumping on children that they see there's a major gap in communication with the parents. That's when they jumping on them. All right, anyway, on December 2nd, the Franklin County Sheriff's Office gave the victim a recording device which she captured Rutan allegedly admitting his conduct multiple times during the conversation. Holy smokes. Rutan of Grove City was booked into Franklin County Jail on 2 felony counts of sexual battery, ouch, and 1 felony count of unlawful SCX conduct with a minor. See, these people ain't rap tight. They ain't rap tight. That's why we got to be on top of these children. It's on us. He has not entered a plea, nor no attorney was identified who might speak on his behalf. He is being held on cash bond of 50 G's. Holy smokes. Rutan was employed at North Middle School. This is a middle school teacher in Southwest Central City School District, just outside of Columbus, Ohio, which issued a statement saying that the teacher had been placed on administrative leave after pending an investigation. According to his arrest documents obtained by two news outlets, the first encounter, to me there was multiple encounters. The first encounter between Rutan and a former student occurred in June 2013. 2013. Holy smokes. That's what is it now? 2021? 8 years ago, when the girl was 14. At the time, Rutan's was the girl's language arts teacher. See, you got to watch these teachers. You got to watch these teachers. Oh, but bro, Clarence, my son's teacher, he's so. I don't care. That's good. That's good. But you got to watch these people. Like it's just like YouTube. You don't know these people. You know what I'm saying? You see them, they smiling, they got a nice suit on and everything, but you don't know what's lurking in their heart. You don't know. So you gotta you can't control what's lurking in their heart. So you gotta be on top of your child. What happened today? Who'd you talk to? What's happening? Did you see this? Did anything crazy happen? God, mom, God, dad. Yeah, but that's how it is. That's how we gotta be now. Forget how you feel about it. Is what it is. All we trying to do is get them across the water, right? They might not like us too much, but hey, once they got that college degree in their hand, we did our job is over. We did our job. So how we get them across there? Hey, we gotta do what we gotta do. We gotta do what we gotta do. The arrest alleges the two engaged in sex contact several times a week at locations on the school property. That includes the teacher's classroom, in his coach's office, and in a school parking lot. The alleged contact also occurred at other off-campus sites in Franklin County. At the time, Rutan was the girls' language arts teacher and track and basketball coach. Holy smokes. The alleged contact between the two ended in 2018 when the victim was 19, according to arrest documents. Today, Wednesday, December 8th, we learned that one of four teachers was taken into custody by the Franklin County Sheriff's Office for alleged sex misconduct matters involving a former student, said the statement released by the school district. We're working in full cooperation with the Franklin County Sheriff's Office. It continued as soon as we were made aware of charges. The district placed the teacher on administrative leave pending an investigation. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. I know some of y'all don't want to hear this, but we have got to be on top of these children, man. Some of y'all may not have children, but you got a niece or a nephew. You got to be on top of them. You got to be on top of them. Sister Blaze, hands-on parenting is a must. Keep lines of communication available for children so they can talk about anything with parents and responsible adults. Yes. Yes. These crazy people are out here, man, and they gunning for any child that they see a gap between in communication between the parents and the child, and they constantly testing them, interviewing them to see what's going on. Once they notice a huge gap in that communication line, that's when they start grooming them. They give them one little task, see if they do that right. Then they give them another little task, see if they do that right. Then they test their loyalty. Are you gonna keep your mouth shut? Are you gonna do that? Are you gonna do that? Guys like this, they are sick. They're very sick, and they need to be dealt with. They need to have somebody. They need to intervene in the situation before. See, because you do something like that to my granddaughter. Listen, let me tell you something. 10 years later, 12 years later, 20 years later, I'm gonna be all over you. Ain't gonna be no place you can hide. Ain't gonna be no place you can hide. So we all need to have that same understanding. We all need to have that same understanding. All right, y'all. Let's move on because I see we got a lot to get to, and it's a lot. It ain't that much time. The Black History Minute. Y'all know who Dred Scott is. You know who Dred Scott was. What was the importance of Mr. Dred Scott? Can we get into it? Let's get into it. The Dred Scott case of March 6, 1857. On March 6, 1857, the U.S. Supreme Court handed down its decision in Scott versus Sanford, delivering a resounding victory to Southern supporters of slavery and arousing the ire of Northern abolitionists. During the 1830s, the owner of an enslaved man named Dred Scott had taken him from the slave state of Missouri to the Wisconsin Territory and Illinois, where slavery was outlawed, according to the terms of the Missouri Compromise of 1820. Upon his return to Missouri, Scott sued for his freedom on the basis that his temporary removal to free soil had made him legally free. The case went to the Supreme Court, where Chief Justice Roger B. Taney and the majority eventually ruled that Scott was an enslaved person and not a citizen, and thus had no legal right to sue. Check that out. Check that out. According to the court, Congress had no constitutional power to deprive persons of their property. So here's a piece of property. Rights when dealing with enslaved people in the territories. The verdict effectively declared the Missouri Compromise unconstitutional, ruling that all territories were open to slavery and could exclude it only when they became states. While much of the South rejoiced, seeing the verdict as a clear victory, anti-slavery Northerners were furious. One of the most prominent abolitionists, Frederick Douglass, was cautiously optimistic, however, wisely predicting that this very attempt to blot out forever the hopes of an enslaved people may be one necessary link in the chain of events preparatory to complete the overthrow of the whole slavery system. How many of y'all know about Dred Scott? All right. Here's a black man. He goes, his master takes him to the Missouri territory, the Wisconsin territory, and Illinois. But at the time, it was just territory. It was a Missouri Compromise. It was just territory. So it wasn't really officially a state, but it was a territory under the United States, right? So there was no slavery in these territories. So this guy, Dred Scott, said, well, hey, if you brought me here, now, since I've been brought to this free area, I'm free. Now you taking a free man back to the slave state. I'm not a slave anymore because I'm free now because I'm here and slavery doesn't exist here. Right? Makes sense, right? I'm being brought to I'm a slave. Now you took me to a territory where slavery is outlawed. So therefore, the law that bound you to me as a slave, that doesn't exist anymore here. Now I'm free. Now you're taking a free man back to the slave state, but I'm already free. So even if you take me as a free man back to a slave state, I'm not a slave anymore because I'm free. That was his understanding. But the Southerners, the Southern states had so much power, and a couple of weeks ago I did a Black History Minute on what's the guy that did the cotton gin. I forgot his name just that fast, thinking that fast. But the cotton gin was what gave the South so much money, and they had way more money to pay for these judges and influence the court system at the time. They had so much money. The South was making so much money off the cotton gin. The people wasn't paying taxes down there. See, the people in the North were paying taxes, but the people in the South, they wasn't paying no taxes. They wasn't. They didn't want to get to a situation where they was paying taxes either. But that's a whole nother story. That's me. I'm talking about the Dred Scott case. Very important situation. And it sparked, it was one of the things that sparked the serious abolitionist movement to abolish slavery in the United States. And it was March 6, 1857. One of the things, not the thing, but one of the things that sparked the Civil War. The Civil War wasn't sparked because of slavery. It was sparked because of money. Don't get that twisted. It wasn't because a lot of people wanted slavery to end. It was because the South was getting ready to produce their own money. And they were going to back it up with, they were getting ready to have a precious metal to back it up with. They were getting ready to do all this stuff. And once Abraham Lincoln found out about this, man, they said they have to move on these people because if they leave them alone, they're going to be so powerful, they're not going to be able to deal with them no more. So they had to move on them. So that's what happened with that. Anyway, that's the Dred Scott case. Go look it up for yourself. March 6, 1857. But don't take my word for it. Dig that. Dig that. Okay. Let's move on, y'all. We got one more stop to make before we get to our the lead topic here. All right. Now we at the STEM job of the week. Why we do, Brother Clarence? Why you do the STEM job? Why we do the STEM job of the week? Because STEM stands for science, technology, engineering, and math, and the C, of course, stands for communication. And we need to teach our children, man, that they see a lot of times Black children feel like they're inferior to other students because the hood culture and the hip hop culture kind of turns its nose at getting a book education. It kind of turns its nose at it. So they feel like to be cool, they got to turn their nose towards book education. And we got to reinstill that into them, that no, books came from us. All this kind of information came from us. So they need to learn. Plus, when they get an education, they feel more empowered and they don't feel like, oh, I'm so much inferior to the next man. You know, we can kind of live in peace. You can kind of live on the street and don't feel like, oh, I got to watch my back of it all the time because this person white, this person Asian. You ain't got to do all that because you feel like, hey, I'm just as smart as you. So we all good. Anyway, job of the week. The job of the week this week is an aerospace engineer. And I think we should start telling the teachers, give our children high aspirations. Let's let them reach high. You know what I mean? So let's reach them high. So you see me, but Clarence, you always giving these crazy jobs. That's what. Yes, because they can handle it. They can handle it. If they can pick up a phone at 1 and 2 years old and swipe and get and find their favorite video, they can handle this. So we need to stop just only letting them use a phone to, dance and sing. Yeah, that's cool too. But let's get them into this technology, man. That is the wave of the future. Whoever is not involved with the technology, well, we see it now. Most of our people that don't have skills in technology, where are they at? They're not doing so good, are they? And ain't nobody stopping them from getting that information. It's them. It's them following the hip hop culture. The hip hop culture, which turns its nose up against, educating yourself. Unfortunately, Sister Natalie, peace, Brother Clarence, peace to the chat. Glad to have you in the building, Sister Natalie. Grab a seat because we just gonna get started. Anyway, what are we talking about? Let's see. Oh yeah, we on the STEM job of the week. STEM job of the week, aerospace engineer. Let's see, what is the median pay of aerospace engineer? An aerospace engineer median pay is $118,610 a year. Typical entry-level education, a bachelor's degree. Work experience in a related field, no, you don't need any. On-the-job training, you don't need any. Let's see. What do aerospace engineers do? Aerospace engineers design primarily aircraft, spacecraft, satellites, and missiles. How to become an aerospace engineer. Aerospace engineer must have a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering or another field of engineering or science related to aerospace systems. Aerospace engineers work on projects that are related to national defense and may need a security clearance. Holy smokes. Let's see. So basically, that's it. I don't want to go through all of these pages, but you see them over here. They're building airplanes and they're building space ships and they're doing all kind of different stuff. So it's a good job. It's a good job, and you know what I mean. Just encourage we need to start encouraging our children to try to do the best they can and try to reach for the stars. Reach for the stars. Okay, let's get back to the chat here. Sister Blaze, but Clarence, keep sharing gems to uplift and educate as many as possible. I'm trying, Sister Blaze. I'm trying. I'm trying. Sister Don, hello, Brother Clarence. Peace, my friend. Peace to you, sisters. Good to see you in the building. Um, let's see. Sister Don, y'all all hit the like. Thank you, Sister Don. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Yeah, so I'm trying, y'all. We okay. If I got y'all with me, see, you know what keeps me going? Y'all coming back. The ones of y'all that come back every week, you know what I mean? It keeps me going. Say, man, because there's times where I'll be like, man, ain't nobody listening to me, man. What you doing, bro, Clarence? Don't nobody want to hear this stuff. But when y'all keep coming back, man, and y'all keep giving me that inspiration to do it, I just keep on doing it. I try to do it. All right, y'all. Let's get to our lead topic. Y'all ready? Let's do it. Okay. So now, let me get this other man off of here. All right. So today's lead topic: signs your partner is sexually deprived. Yikes! All right. So many of us have partners, right? Many of us have partners, and but sometimes we have a partner and we don't know that partner is not experiencing. We just unaware that that partner is experiencing some type of lag in their sexual experience, right? So sometimes we need some help to see. So I found the article and I wanted to read it because it gives us 7 signs that your partner is sexually deprived. And maybe us talking together, maybe we can figure out some solutions to this problem, because sometimes people have problems that they don't want to talk. You don't feel comfortable talking to your friends. It's easier to talk to somebody online who you really don't know you and know your partner and stuff. So let's look at some of this stuff. Okay, we got an article from Her Norm, and the article is sexually deprived. 7 signs your partner is sexually deprived. We've all had those moments where no matter how much you try, you just can't get yourself into the sexual mood. Whether this phase comes after having a baby or before your period, holy smokes, or after recovering from an illness, when you don't feel like it, you just don't feel like it. Thank God for the honesty of the millennial and Gen Z generations of women have brought along with them. Oh boy. We now know that a high sexual desire is not only reserved for men, but women can have this too. However, thanks to 1,000,001 hormones just raging in our bodies, sometimes we just can't bring ourselves to want sex as much or as frequently as the men in our lives do. It's obviously meant for women. Men want and can have sex almost any time, any day. So it's understandable how they may find it a bit frustrating that we can't keep up with them every single time. All right. 7 signs your partner is sexually frustrated. Some women feel that sex is purely physical for men. This is not so in all cases. In fact, most men in committed relationships have admitted sex helps them connect not just physically but with their partners, but mentally and emotionally, and sometimes even spiritually. Neglecting their sexual needs is equivalent to having them deprive us of our cherished cuddles, hugs, and heart-to-heart talks. Holy smokes. All these things contribute to making us feel deeply connected to our love interests. Aside from seeking connection and intimacy, sex is linked to many other things for men. Things like their self esteem, yes. Satisfaction, yes. And confidence, yes. So when you reject your partner, you may be cheating him of a few important things that make up his person. Yes, I agree with that. Agree. Sometimes knowing when your partner is really craving a connection with you may just be the motivation you need to get yourself in that bedroom mode. So if you like to be sure what signs to look for when it comes to sexual deprivation, then you're at the right place. Below are a few signs to know for sure that your partner is sexually frustrated. Ay, yay, yay. Now we get into the meat, y'all. Now we're gonna get to the meat. We're gonna find out how you gonna find out if your man is sexually frustrated. I mean, you guys know already, but there's a lady putting this information out here. So let's see what she says. Let's see how accurate it is. Number one, he's slightly more irritable and hypertensive. Do we need the article to figure that one out? If for some reason your man seems way more irritated by minor things, this may be because he is sexually frustrated. As we all know, men have very different ways of thinking. Their ideas and methods of connection are not the same as ours, assuming he's talking about women. For the most part, for most guys, sex is the deepest way he can possibly connect with you. No, that is a lie right there. That is not for most guys. That's not how they connect with you. Most guys connect with you when you show them submission. If you submit to a guy, that is good enough for him to connect with you. The sex is just the cherry on top. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Don't listen to that last part there. Anyway, when there's too little or no sex, he can't necessarily connect with you on many levels. So his affection, understanding, and sympathy for you at that point, it's at its lowest. Maybe so. In addition to this, sex is always a way for men to relieve stress. Absolutely. That is 100% correct. Most men do not express themselves as much as women do. They keep a lot of things bottled up. We have to. We can't tell you everything because if we tell you everything, I tell you about that mouse I found behind the house, you're gonna go crazy. So I gotta keep some stuff from you. So considering that you're the love of his life, there's no one else he feel connected to. If you're not available for this physical intimacy, then his stress levels may rise and he'll end up taking it out on anyone around him. Well, like I said, this is one reason. Okay, this is one reason why men cheat. Men don't cheat because they lose a connection. And men cheat. Most men cheat because there's something missing there's something not being addressed. It could be sex, it could be sexual, it could be the way you're presenting yourself as a woman, it could be they're getting masculine energy off of you. That is a high one on the list because a lot of women don't realize, because they got to do all this code switching coming from work. You got to be, miss masculine to deal with stuff, and then you got to come home and code switch, and now you're supposed to be this feminine woman, but sometimes you forget to turn off the business lady and be the wife, and so that turns that masculine energy is going to turn men off. That masculine energy is going to turn men off. So, but the whole reason why men cheat is not because they don't love you or not because they don't care about you. It's because there is something that is not being addressed in the situation, and they may not feel confident to bring it up because maybe they tried to bring it up, they tried to bring it up, and they got what? How could you think of something like that? How could you? Maybe they said something like this. Just an example. Maybe they said, "Hey, you know what would be fun if you tried to wear some heels, red pumps or whatever." Just throwing something out there, right? And when he say that, the woman go, "What? I'm not going. That. Why would you want to see me in something like that? You think I'm a, you know?" A garden tool? I'm not no garden tool. How could you even think to want to see me do something like that? So you know what the man do? He go, uh-oh, I better not mention this topic anymore. And then what happens is after getting to the point where he don't see where he sees the topic not being addressed, after a while, he just he has less and less of a resistance against going out and trying to take care of it himself. And that's how most guys get caught. And I'm gonna tell you how most guys get caught. Most guys are not even looking to cheat. Most guys that cheat, they're not even looking to cheat. There's a problem at home that's not being addressed, and the guy says, he tells it, he turns off these urges as much as he can over and over and over and over and over and over. And after a while, maybe 6 months, a year, 2 years, 4 years, 10 years, of denying himself of what he really wants in his heart, somebody comes along and says, "Hi, how you doing? Let's go get some coffee." They're a coworker or something, right? Or they somebody they meet at one of their place they got a hobby or something, golfing or something, whatever, right? But when stuff is not being addressed at home and nobody is and it's being avoided, there's a clinical term called avoidance coping, where people are coping with a situation by just avoiding it. They're not talking about it, right? But what happens is that the stress builds. It keeps building, especially in men. Men have to release. Either we have to release this. Either we release it with you, or we release it, without you. That's the bottom line how that goes. That's the bottom line how that goes. So it's not about whether men are trying to cheat. Men don't want to cheat. Most men are not looking at most. Let me say this again. Most men in serious relationships are not trying to cheat. They're not trying to cheat. Sister Blaze, cheating is a choice. It is a choice, but let me explain how things happen. Just like with women, it happens because something is not being addressed, and the person have denied these urges and denied these desires for so long that they become vulnerable to the outside world. That's why you got to constantly be checking your spouse. You got to constantly be on them. Hey, baby, you okay? What's going on? You got to see where they mentally are at, because you may not realize that you are creating a situation where this person is susceptible to bowing to their urges and stepping on a commitment that they made. You follow? They didn't have the intention of stepping on the commitment, but because they've been dealing with these urges that have been unaddressed for so long. That's why communication is so important. They keep telling you communication, but they don't tell you how to communicate. They'll tell you how to communicate. I'm putting together a page now where I'm going to address just relationships. Just relationships. This page I address everything, but I'm putting together another page that's addressing just relationships. They'll tell you how to communicate. You need to communicate at the deepest level for the person that you with. Because if you don't, what you're gonna do is send them out. You send them out without asking them and going to the core of their being, finding out what their real desires are. Even if it's something you don't like, you need to know what's going on so you can address it at some point. Because if it goes unaddressed, men are not men are not like women. Men are not going to make a serious issue out of the situation. Once they see you making an issue, they just gonna go somewhere else. Well, they're not on intentionally. Most men, yeah, there's some guys that just that's just they just their nature, the kind of person they are. They cheat, but the average guy that cheats is not like that. The average guy that cheats just gets caught up. He's out and he wants you to do a certain thing or have your hair a certain way, and the chick that has the hair that certain way comes up to him and says, "Hi, how you doing? I think that's a nice suit you got on," just like that. Little compliment, just like that. Same thing with women. You working and working and working and working. New guy comes in the area and says, "Oh wow, I like that cologne. That's nice." And that's where it started. Boom, boom. That's where it started. And the woman didn't even intend to cheat. She didn't even intend to cheat. But there's something at home that's not being addressed. I know it's easy to blame the person that cheated. It's easy to blame that person. And you're right, Sister Blaze. It is a choice. But sometimes people get so desire driven that they can't, they're out of their right mind. You know what I'm saying? They're not in their right mind because the desire gets so high. So you keep denying yourself something that you want your partner to do or you want your partner to address. Same thing with women. You want your partner to address this. I want to see, brother, more, you taking more charge of the financial load around here. You got two jobs, right? Right? I mean, eventually, and then you go to work one day and you see a guy that actually does that. He's actually taking care of his own stuff. Oh, that's a beautiful. I mean, and next thing you know, it starts out with just a compliment. Hey, how you? Oh, that's a nice dress you got on. Next thing you know, it's coffee for breakfast. Let's go get coffee. Next thing you know, let's go get lunch. Next thing you know, let's go get dinner. Next thing you know, let's go to a movie. Next thing you know, it's pumping and sweating in the shed. But this is how this stuff happens. For men and women, most men are not looking to cheat, and most women are not looking to cheat. They get caught up because they got stuff at home that's not being addressed. Well, Clarence, you ain't got no psychology degree. You don't know. I know. I just got 32 years of bumps on his head. That's all. That's all. Sister Blaze, there are enough men in my family who have cheated because of their status. Some people are like that. Some people are gluttons. They're gluts. And I'm not trying to disrespect your family, Sister Blaze, because I got them in my family too. I got people in my family because they said, well, since I make over this dollar amount annually, I'm entitled to, to do X, Y, Z, right? Sister Blaze, men in my family job status. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Same thing. Basically they feel like, hey, because I'm at this level, I'm in. And then you got somebody like Kevin Samuel saying that a man, a high value man, would take advantage of his options. He didn't qualify that because most guys are not looking to get married, then have other women involved. They're not looking to do that. Most men, if they get married, they're looking to just be with that one woman. Or why get married? You can just be single and be with all these different women. But most men that get married, here, let me break down what Kevin says. He says, hey, you're a high value man. High value man is going to have options. He's going to take advantage of his options. What that really means is if there's something that's not being addressed that he does not, and he's not able to get your cooperation to address it, yes, he probably will, because he got so many options. He came into the situation with a bunch of different options. So he knows where his options are. Just like if you marry a woman that is younger and she has a lot of options, she goes into the marriage with a lot of options. Once you're not taking care of business the way she wants you to take care of business, she already knows she got other options out there. She could play around too. So that's the bad part about it. That's the bad part about it. But what's the takeaway from this, sister? What's the takeaway from this? The takeaway is if you want your relationship to work, men or women, you got to really get into the person. But but you know what happens? This is how this stuff happens because we don't vet these people properly. So they got internal things going on and they've been hiding them for years and we don't know, right? We don't hide. They hide all of this stuff, and we don't know because we didn't vet them properly. We didn't sit them down and say, "Hey, why don't you answer these questions for me, and I'll answer these questions for you." And let's be honest, because I don't want to be in a situation where 10 years down the line we got two children and we got to break up because you didn't tell me something that I needed to know up front, right? I mean, but we're not being honest with each other, and so we got to do better. We got to do better, but your little brother's coming up with with a whole nother page to handle all of this stuff for you. At least lay out a roadmap for you if you want it. If you don't, I understand. I don't know what this is, but whatever. Anyway, so getting back to cheating. So Kevin says, hey, but like I said, the men are going to exercise their options if there's something at home. Now there are some men that are just alpha dogs. They feel like any woman in their presence, they're going to go after that woman, even if they're married, even if they don't respect the commitment that they made, right? Okay, so once you see that, now you as a woman, you got a decision to make. Just like Will Smith, his wife decided to show him that she didn't respect the commitment that they had with each other, right? Even though they were separated, she said, "Hey, look, we're not together. I'm a freak on this little boy right here." Okay, what can you do, right? What can you do? But the point is, let's 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 get with our partners. Go to your wife, go to your husband, go to your significant other, and you go to you go to your person and you try to get to the bottom of, make sure you got to keep constantly checking them. But Clarence, how you know? I've been married 32 years. I done made every mistake can possibly be made and still be alive. I've made every mistake. I mean, I already know this stuff already. I'm giving you the cheat code. If you listen to me, your marriage will last longer. Your friendships will last longer. Everything will last longer because you will respect the fact that people got options. People can choose to do what they want to do. It doesn't matter how long you've been married to somebody. Anybody been married out there, when you sign that marriage certificate, what's one of the words you don't see on that marriage certificate? Guaranteed. There's nothing guaranteed. You ain't got no guarantee on that marriage certificate. Nothing guaranteed. And, people can break your heart. Even though they told you before God, I love you and I honor and cherish you and before God. Don't matter. You think you're gonna be with somebody in a marriage for 10, 15, 20 years and they're not gonna mess up, they're not gonna trip and fall, there's not gonna be no misunderstandings, there's not gonna be no blow ups, there's not gonna be no mistakes made. Come on now. Come on now. So we're gonna have to have some forgiveness as well. All right, y'all, let's move on. We're talking about the signs you can see if your significant other is sexually deprived. Uh, but in particular, we're talking about the men. We want to see if the men are sexually deprived. Number two, he is a bit more withdrawn. You think? It's true. Men communicate way less than women do. However, it's obvious when they're a little bit more withdrawn. If your partner cannot have a connection with you to the extent that he would like to, it could make him withdraw his emotional side too. Let's not pretend that we don't know how much men hate doing some of the things we convince them to do with us. For example, going window shopping, talking about feelings, or even watching romance movies. Okay, so going window shopping, yes, men hate that. Men hate that. Saying men look at window shopping as a dent in a pocket. That's how men look at it. Second, talking about your feelings. Here's where it get tricky. Here's where it get tricky. Here's where it get tricky. Sister Blaze Brown, I agree. Communication is the key. Check in with each one another. Yes. Now I'm about to see. Now some women try to do it this way. Now see, we right on the same page, Sister Blaze. Right on the same page. Okay, so this is how some women try to do it. Some women try to do it like an interrogation. Well, what are you doing? What do you want? What are you? And they make it an interrogation. So now he associate when you want to talk about your feelings as an interrogation on him. So now he don't want to talk about the feelings because he may say something that he don't agree with you, and you get upset. He doesn't want to be in that situation. He don't want to be in that situation. I just got off work. I just walked in. I was there. I was working hard at the job. I don't want to come in and argue with you. I don't want to do that. Take it from an old head who learned the hard way. You don't want to argue with your wife, especially when you first come in and you're trying to get something to eat. You don't want to argue with your wife. I learned that if I'm going to have a serious conversation with her, it's going to be after I eat. We've learned each other because I don't want no bad news when I first walk in the door. Wait until I eat something and then sit me down and talk to me. I must eat first. I don't want you telling me bad news while I'm eating my food. I don't want that. And on the other side, I know not to come to her and create a problem while she's preparing a meal for me. One time I came in the house one time, Sister Blaze. I came in the house one time, and my wife said something to me. What did she say? She wanted to know. I forgot. It was so many years ago. I forgot what we were even arguing about. But it turned into an argument. It turned from just a question, her questioning me about something, and me being to the point where I was like, man, I don't want to talk about nothing like that right now. I want to just go sit down and eat. I don't know if it was a bill or something that needed to be paid, something we were talking about, right? Some financial issue that we had to deal with. And so it turned into an argument. It turned into a question, a debate, and then it turned into a heated argument, right? And so she was preparing the meal at the time, Sister Blaze. She burned all the chicken, burned it all. I mean, I had to sit there eating burnt chicken. And you know what? I learned. I'm never gonna argue with this woman while she's trying to make me something to eat. Never, ever, 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 ever. I was smart enough to pick that one up. Yeah, I was smart enough to pick that one up. And for you young guys out here, you want to get married, you marry somebody, or you in a long-term relationship with somebody, you want to get your clothes clean, you want to get your clothes washed all the time, you want to make sure your clothes get washed all the time, leave money in your pockets. Leave money in your pockets. That will get your clothes washed all the time. Because a lot of women like to scavenge for money, and they like just finding money in your pockets. They like that. So if you leave money in there, they know that chances are you're gonna have money in your pockets. They will wash their clothes on their own. What do I know? I'm just an old guy talking, right? What do I know? What do I know? Don't listen to me. Don't leave money in your pockets and keep begging for your clothes to get washed. Or keep washing them yourself. Keep taking them to the laundromat and washing them yourself. Anyway. Anyway, communication is the key. So how do you communicate? You don't want to be one of these ones that's communicating in a like a interrogational type of situation. That is not good for men. That's not good for men. Men don't do well in that interrogational type situation. What you have to do is you got to put some sugar on top of it. Hey, babe, how was your day? You know what? I saw this on TV. I saw this on the internet. They asked a question about this. What do you think about this? You gotta go a roundabout way for men, because if you go straight at men, especially when they first get off of work, they got their defenses up because they had all these crazy people at work talking to them. You know, they got the defenses up. You got to give them time to decompress. And I'm telling you, the best time to talk to a man is after he has eaten. That's the best time to talk to a man, because now he got his full stomach. He is not at a point where he had, his desires and needs have been met, and now he's more likely to have an open mind. But if you rush him right when he get up, when you get up, like my wife would call me sometimes. This is when we were younger. She would call me, "Hey, I can't find the baby's toy." I said, "Man, did you really have to call me for that? I'm at work. Did you really have to call me for that? I can't do. Did you see it? Was that something that you had to call me off the job for?" But we had to learn. We had to learn, because she didn't have anybody. I didn't have anybody either. So we had to kind of learn with each other. We made some mistakes, but we hunkered down and got through it. Sister Blaze, we too are older people, and life has taught us well. Yes, it's a blessing. Sister Blaze, it's a blessing. You get to a certain age and you realize it's a blessing, man. You start looking around, man. People are not with us anymore. You know what I mean? They're not with us anymore. And you look around at yourself and you say, dang, I can walk by myself. I can pee by myself. I can eat by myself. It's a blessing. I don't have to wear no diapers. Or even if you do, shit, at least you're still here. Right? Some people is in bad shape. That's why I'm always pushing them. I'm always pushing the issue. Count your blessings. Yeah, we all got to lick our wounds sometime, but you should be counting your blessings way more than you licking your wounds. Way more. Way more. Way more than you saying to yourself, oh, I don't have this. I don't have that. I don't have this. I don't have that. Instead of saying what you don't have, be thankful for what you do have. Be thankful for what you do have. Because the time we waste talking about what we don't have, that's time we could be putting in to try to get something else so we would have something else. But y'all don't hear me though. 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 But I appreciate y'all so much, man. I appreciate y'all so much. All right. So yeah, like I say, I'm giving advice to you women how to talk to men, how to talk to men in a way where the men will feel comfortable expressing themselves to you. Most men don't feel comfortable expressing themselves to women because they feel like the woman is going to think different of them if they share with you how they truly feel about different things, right? If we don't talk about politics, we don't talk about religion, we don't talk about certain things. But I'm not saying you got to be on the same page about everything, but at least you should know and respect each other's position. And when men are so ego driven, because they have to be. They have to be ego driven. Somebody got to be like, somebody in this house has got to be, the only way I'm not going to work is if I'm dead. Somebody has to have that kind of mentality. Somebody has to have it like, hey, this grass has to get cut today, period. I know I don't feel good, but hey, it's got to get done today. These bills got to get paid. Well, what you gonna do? I don't know. I guess I got to drive for Uber or whatever I got to do. I got to do what I got to do to make it happen. So ego is important. See, men need ego like that. But at the same time, you need the key to disarm that ego. You need the key to disarm it. You need to be like those dudes in the Kevlar suit, the bomb squad. You need to be able to cut the green line so you can cut that green and red wire so that you can disarm this person, and then you can sit down and have a rational conversation with them. Otherwise, what happens when you don't find out what's in the heart or in the desires of your mate, their desires go unaddressed. And once their desires go unaddressed, anything is possible. Anything is possible. People are Sister Blaze. It's 1:04 p.m. right now in Los Angeles, California. Do you know there's about maybe 10 or 12 hotels right up the street from me, right up the street at LAX right now. About not even 10 minutes away from me. There's about 10 or 12 hotels right there, right? There's some dude sitting on the couch like this right now, sitting on that edge of that bed right now, saying to himself, damn, what did I get myself into? How am I going to explain that I was out all night? Same thing with a woman. She's sitting on the edge of that bed saying, how am I going to explain to this man I love what I was doing? I just took a random penis and now look at the situation I'm in. I never intended for this to get to that point. I bet you it's at least one person in each one of them hotels up there. But how does it happen? These things are not getting addressed at home. So it's up to us, men and women. You as a man, you got to approach your woman and always try to find out what's going on. If she got an issue that's not being addressed, you got to come to the understanding that, hey, either you can do something about it or you can't. And at some point in time, she may get caught chasing her desires unintentionally. Just trying to give y'all some advice, man. Make your marriages really work. Your relationships really work. Um, let's finish this one here. We on number 2. Men who really love you would do those things if you ask because they see that it's fun for you. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Men will do it because they just want you to enjoy yourself. Yes, but they don't. They're gonna be a lot of times not in a good mood to do it. However, when they feel that they cannot sexually connect with you, they would find it more difficult doing certain activities with you. Some men won't. See, this is the thing. This is something. Sister Blaze, wow, the scenario. Yeah, some men may do that, but real alpha dogs, they're not gonna say nothing to you. If they're not getting sexually what they want, they're just gonna move on down the line and go get it someplace else. That's how real alpha dogs move. Now you may have an alpha male that's like committed to you, right? And he's trying his best to stay with you, but you still not meeting his needs, right? You may not be meeting some need that he might need to have filled. He's gonna try to hang in there for a while, but after a while, like I said, all it's gonna take is a compliment, just like a woman. Woman try to hang in there with you. You won't get a job. You won't help her with these bills. You won't help her with these children. You just play a PlayStation all day. I mean, after a while, the woman's going, after working all day, coming in, taking care of business at home, cooking, making sure everybody ate something, making sure all the clothes are clean, making sure everything. And then what's her reward? Nothing. After a while, nobody even says, hey, baby, you look nice. You look good, as always. Brothers never tell a woman, oh, you look good today. No. That means she didn't look good the day before. No, you tell her, you look good as always. As always. Right? See, I got these bumps on my head. These bumps, this stuff didn't come in from no opening no book. anyway, we got to be more observant of our person, but especially if you got a real alpha male, then you got to understand, hey man, this dude might flip out and he might get caught up. Cause why? Because women are attracted to alpha dogs, and if he's a real alpha dog, and he hits you sending him out to work with a full sack, you sending him to work with a full sack, smelling good, looking good. That is a bad combo. That is a bad combo. Because if he's not really, see, like I will agree with them that is where sex gives the men a connection. That's how men connect, through the dominating in sex. See, men feel connected to what they can dominate. What they can dominate, they feel like they have a territory. So they feel territorial over what they can dominate. And so they want to protect what they can dominate. They want to protect their territory. So they're more invested in protecting their territory. That means that they have to invest more in the commitment they made to you to protect their territory. But when they can't territorialize you by having sex with you, they're less likely to feel that territorial connection that is innate as an animal, as a male animal. It's innate in them. They're less likely to feel that territorial bond. Like, I got to keep this together. If they're not feeling that, if there's something missing there. Brother Clarence, you're going off the goddamn rails again. You're going off the rails again. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's like this morning I go to Sister Mayat's page. She has such a beautiful spiritual intro video. I listened to this video. I'm going, man, this will go right over most people's heads, man. I feel your pain, Sister Mayat. I feel your pain. Because a lot of stuff, most of the stuff I say, Becco. But see, I'm glad that the people that are here, they get it. The people that are here get it. They get it. But I'm just saying, me, I feel the same way because I'm saying a lot of stuff, And it would help you if you just slow down and listen and take it in. Not talking about y'all, my hardcore, my hard driving people. Not talking about y'all. I'm talking about people that do drive-by likes. They do drive-bys. They drive by to hear me talking and they say, "Oh man, I know that already." Okay, brother. See you in divorce court. See you when you paying a guy like the lead attorney 20 or 30 grand just in lawyer fees, let alone the settlement that you're gonna have to pay in the divorce, which may be over $100,000 easily. I'm trying to tell you how to keep your marriage, how to keep everything together. Anyway, so we were talking about men and their territorialness, right? You have to let men dominate in sex. Sex is where men can express their dominance. See, I'm a man. I can't walk down the street and just make everybody bow down to my will. I can't do that. That would not be right. That would not be a righteous thing to do. But how can I dominate in righteousness? I can dominate in righteousness by dominating my wife in the act of sexual experience. I can dominate her, not in a abusive way, but in a way that lets me share with her that how I feel like we are connected, and I'm not gonna let nothing happen to her because she is my territory, spiritually my territory, and physically my territory. I'm not gonna let nothing happen to her. But I express all that through sex. Men express all this through sex because we ain't supposed to say that. Because if you say this to a woman, "Oh, I ain't no property, I ain't property, I ain't this, I ain't that," even though we both know that women have an innate desire to be desired highly by some man and even brought into his web of protection. This is how men express that protection because you can't say it out loud. So you have to express it in an act. Am I going too fast? Am I going too fast? I know I'm not going too fast for y'all, but y'all share this. Share this with somebody so they can just blow their head, the top of their head go poof right off their head, right? Ay, ay, ay. Woo! A lot of it go right over their head. But anyway, sex helps men express their dominance, and the dominance that they express creates a territorial bond with you spiritually and physically. And they see you now, once they bond with you and create you, and they see you as part of their territory, now they feel committed to you. They feel much more invested in the commitment to you, right? So that's why it's important to make sure that we're helping each other express each other. But that's how men do it. That's how men do it. So if you're not able to have at least sex, the copulation, at least we got to learn how to get creative. We got to make it happen some other kind of way, right? We got to get creative. All right. Anyway, let's move on, y'all. Let's move on. So, if you notice that your partner would rather hang out in his man cave than Netflix with you, then he's probably sexually frustrated. Now, I will say this: when men are sexually frustrated, see what happens at first. At first, they have a need that needs to be addressed. They have a desire that needs to be addressed, not a need, excuse me, a desire that has to be addressed. Then that desire may creep into a need that needs to be addressed. Then, okay, so what happens at first, they take it on the chin. Most men take it on the chin. Then, after a while, they start taking it personally that, oh man, she's not doing the things that, even though they're not saying it to you, they start taking it personally. So you as a woman, you have no idea because the man he ain't saying it verbally to you. To him, you not having sex with him is to him saying to him, there's something wrong with him. I'm just telling you how men think. This is how men think, right? So he ain't gonna express this stuff to you. So it starts out with, oh, we just not having sex. right? Because you might be dealing with the children and this or that or whatever, right? And then you could get complacent. I mean, as a woman, you might get complacent and say, man, he just gonna have to understand. And he been understanding, and he been understanding, and he been understanding, and he been understanding. And then what happens is it starts out as he take it on the chin. Oh, I understand. She been at work all day, this and this. I understand. After a while, it's going, wait a minute. I'm important too. Then I'm gonna tell you where most women make a mistake. Most women, this is where you get caught up in. You tell me if I've got it backwards. He see you get on the phone and talk to somebody and have a conversation with somebody, laughing and get kikiing on the phone with somebody. He'd be like, I'm sitting over here with a full sack and you kikiing with this person? What the hell is going on? Now he taking it personal. Now he like, what the F is going on around here? Oh, now this person doing it to this to me on purpose. Woman, you ain't got no clue what's going on. You know, your friend called you, your sister called you, whatever. You just talking. You have no clue what's happening. By the time you figure out what's happening, like they said, this man don't even want to spend no time with you because it just piss him off just looking at you. And you like, what's wrong with you? What's going on? And he like, I don't even want to talk about it. Holy smokes, holy smokes. Sister Blaze, Brother Clarence, there are people in my family married 70 plus years. Congratulations. 60 plus years. Congratulations, etc. I've heard and seen a variety of situations. Me too. Me too, Sister Blaze. I work for a pretty big company, and I have seen just at that company, I've seen so many different weird situations. I saw one situation where two people were everybody, all the parties involved worked at this place. We all worked together. These two people was married. These two people were married. This, the I'm just telling you exactly. This is a true story. These two people left each other, and they each married these two people. It's a true story. It gets better. It gets better. They were both married for about 2 or 3 years to each other. Then they left and went back to the original spouse. I done seen, and I can tell you, I can name at least 15 or 20 other stories just like that. Not just like that, but I mean just as weird as that. I've seen a lot of stuff too. I've seen a lot of stuff too. I've seen a lot of confused individuals, very confused, very, 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 very confused. So I understand, Blaze Brown, that definitely there is a lot of stuff that can happen out there. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree with you. There's a lot of weird stuff that can happen out there. But see, that's why you got to be connected with your spouse or your significant other. You got to be connected with this person, and you got to always be checking them because you never know. You never know. Look at what happened last night with Chef and King. I thought, man, if anybody would have told me that wasn't a solid friendship, I would have been like, no way. Those dudes are solid together. Look what happened to that situation. That was an ugly situation last night. And it just kept getting uglier and uglier and uglier as the night progressed. I was watching it from home and I was just like, what? Because I was really watching it just to see what Chicago Rilla was going to say. Because he was kind of like, every question that everybody was asking him, he was making it like a personal attack against him. And I was like, no, we just want to know your version of you of this. But he kept making it a personal attack against him and a personal attack against the Peef and all that. I mean, we just like, hey man, we just wanted to know. We just want to know. You know what? I tell you what I will do. I will put the channel out at the end. All right, Blaze Brown. So you got to hang in there to the end, and then I'll put it out there. But yeah, right now I'm not gonna do it because I don't want to bring no badness to the channel because it wasn't the people on the panels. It wasn't the person that actually was running the channel wasn't their fault. It was just, as a matter of fact, her whole purpose was something else. It wasn't even that. That wasn't even the purpose of the live stream. But it devolved into that situation. It was an ugly situation. But my point is, you never know. You never know what's going on if you don't check. If you don't see what's going on behind the scenes, you got to constantly be checking in with people. Constantly be checking in with them. Hey, are you okay? What's going on? Is this or that? You need anything? You got to check with people, and you got to do it in a nice way. You got to do it in a nice way. I thank you for understanding, Sister Blaze. You got to do it in a nice way. You got to do it in a nice way because, especially for men, the ego is so high. And then on top of that, if there's something going on that you don't know about, the guy's gonna hide it because if you coming at him like Dick Tracy interrogating him, he gonna be like, oh well, I better not say nothing about this because she gonna get mad. And if she get mad, then we're gonna have a problem. If we got a problem, then I ain't gonna get no sleep. If I don't get no sleep, I ain't gonna be able to work tomorrow. If I don't be able to work, we ain't gonna be able to pay these bills. And then I'm gonna have a real problem. So let me just hide this situation. And that's what most men do. They just take it on the chin, they hide it until they get to the point, like I said, where they get to a point where they run into somebody that they never would have approached the person or asked them out or nothing. And then, the desire, they just see the person is looking like they want them to look, acting like they want them to act. And they may even say, you want to go get some coffee? Thinking that the person going to say, oh, no, I would. And the person say, sure, let's go get some coffee. And y'all know how that goes. Coffee turns into lunch, lunch turns into dinner, dinner turns into a movie, and a movie turns into pumping and sweating in the shed, right? And nobody even intended for that to happen. It's just two people that was lonely and not with something not being dealt with at home, connecting with each other um, for misguided reasons. Anyway, so if you notice your partner would rather hang out in his man cave than in Netflix with you, then he's probably sexually frustrated. Yeah, you think? You think? So I'm telling you how men think. Men are not going to say to you, "Hello, hello, I'm sexually frustrated." I just wanted to let you know that. Men don't do that. That's something you're going to have to pick up on your own as a woman. You're going to have to pick that up on your own because men are not going to say. And if you let it go too long, they're going to find some other kind of way to relieve that pressure. Unfortunately, and I say the same thing about women too. You keep letting a woman go around and not getting the things that she needs out of the relationship. Eventually, she's gonna. All it takes is that one compliment. Oh, girl, you look so good today. You look so good. You smell nice. That's a beautiful dress. All it takes is that compliment. You want to go get some coffee? Normally, she say no. 100 times, 99 times out of 100, she say no. But there's that one time where she just got so much built up desire, sure, to be validated, sure. Next thing you know, like I said, coffee turns into lunch, lunch turns into dinner, dinner turns into a movie, and the movie turns into pumping and sweating in the shed. But I want to give y'all some good game. Those of y'all that want a man in your life, I'm giving you good game. I'm giving you way good game. You don't have to go through all of the pain and suffering that most women gonna have to go through because they won't accept none of the stuff I'm saying. I can do it. I look good. Right? Like a bird, like one of those eagles with the plume. They got the plume off. My plume is so full, I can fly anywhere. I can do whatever I want to do. I don't care how beautiful a bird is. At some point, them feathers start falling out. So you better have a backup plan. You better have somebody who's going to want to be with you, even when those feathers start falling out, when your hair starts falling out, your teeth start falling out. Huh? Talk to me. You're going to want somebody that's there. Most of us will, at least. So come on now. You got to learn how to keep these relationships together. Stop, just cutting bait on people just because they make a mistake. Anyway, let's move on. We only had number 3, y'all. We got to move up. We got to get moving. Number 3, he picks up nervous habits. Oh man, what's that mean? Everyone has a nervous habit that they are familiar with and sometimes use as a coping mechanism. For some, it's gnawing at their teeth. Oh boy. Others gnawing at the tape, nibbling on their fingernails, fiddling with their hair, or even pacing about a lot. If you catch your partner doing this a bit more often, then he may be sexually frustrated. You think? See, that's what I'm saying. See, they just backed up what I said. Men are not going to say anything. Men are not going to come up to you and say, "I just want to let you know, here's a letter. I wrote a letter to you telling you about how sexually frustrated I am." They're not going to do that. Men are not going to express that verbally. You're going to have to see it in their behavior and how they respond to you. Babe, can you come in here for a minute? Yeah, sure, here I come. Babe, can you come in for a minute? What? For what? No, not right now. I don't know. You're going to see it in how they behave. You're going to see it in their behavior, in their temperament. As mentioned earlier, sex serves as a means of relieving stress, among other things. I told you, men reestablish their territory every time they have a relationship with you. To them, it's them reconquering you as a territory. They're reconquering you. They are reestablishing their dominance over you and reestablishing you as their as a piece of their, not property, but a piece of their territory that they must protect. Just telling you the truth. That's what sex does for men. It keeps your connection open. Now, I'm say, well, Brother Clarence, if I let this man have sex with me every day, is he going to cheat? I can't say, because it depends on the person. But definitely it's less likely to happen if he's having the more sex he's having with you, the more he's enjoying having sex with you. Let me say it this way. The more he's having sex with you, the way it serves him, yes, it's less likely to happen because once he establishes his dominance, that's what he wants. Men are having all this sex because they're trying to establish their dominance. That's what sex is for. Establish your dominance and create a territory for yourself. Create a territory out of a physical person. You can do that through sex. But men are not going to tell you if they're not. See, when have you ever heard a man express that to you? Never. I'm the first man that's ever going to tell you something like that. Probably the last that's ever going to tell you, break it down to you like this so you can understand, oh, that's why they do that. That's why they get so mad. That's why they trip on body counts. Yeah, they trip on body counts because nobody wants to take over a rusty territory. Nobody wants to take over a territory that has broken down mobile homes on it with no plumbing. That's how men see a woman with a high body count. That's just how they see it. Brother Clarence, what are you talking about, man? You always talking crazy. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. That's okay. Leave me. Go on out there to the Kumbaya space. They're going to tell you what you want to hear. April Mason, Derek Jackson. They're going to tell you what you want to hear. Here, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to just tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you the mathematical truth. See, here we put the math with the philosophy, with the psychology. We put the math and the psychology together so you can see how it works together. Because if it don't add up, it don't add up. But we use the math to try to get you into a good place, right? Sister Blaze, Brother Clarence, a person's character can play a part in a relationship, meaning men and women. Yeah, it always plays a part, Sister Blaze. It always plays a part. It always plays a part. That's why I can't promise you what's going to happen. The only thing I can do is tell you what's going to put the odds in your favor. What's going to put the odds in your favor? There's nothing I can say that you can do, presto magic, that's going to stop somebody from cheating. There's nothing you can do. Relationships are too integral to be able to identify, oh, this person will never cheat. You can't say that. You don't know what somebody's going to do. You don't know what somebody's going to do. We don't know what somebody's going to do. Given the opportunity, put in the wrong position and having their desires fueled and with and given the opportunity to extinguish those desires, even if it means they got to step on their commitment, we don't know what the average person might do. So it takes a lot of self-discipline to be able to say, here's the perfect. I told you guys the other live stream about woman, man, oh my God, this girl was beautiful. Came up to me, beautiful. If I had to take and put a woman together piece by piece, only thing, she was a little taller. I like them short. I like them really short. But she was taller than I like them. But that was it. She was beautiful. This chick was beautiful. Beautiful. Skin looked like the asphalt in the street. Just beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful lady. She was beautiful. But I had to have realized that what I had at home wasn't worth that. It just wasn't worth it. It just wasn't worth it. Sister Keisha, glad you showed up in the building. Glad you're in the building. Oh man, hey brother Clarence, yeah, glad you're in the building, Sister Keisha. We're going over signs that your man is sexually frustrated if you into men. I don't know. I may have some lesbian followings, but right now we talk about heterosexual situation. So those of y'all that deal with men, this is how you can see if men. I'm sure it probably applies to women too. It probably applies to women too. But yeah, this is how you can see if men, because men are real easy. Men are so easy to deal with, man. They really are. They really are. Sister Blaze, discipline. Yeah, you gotta have discipline. You gotta have discipline. You gotta have self-discipline. Because if you don't, you can be a wrecking ball. You can be a wrecking ball. You can be like Future, man. Just have babies everywhere, right? How are you going to be a father to all of these babies everywhere, all over the place? See, but that's a guy that didn't have his father, and he felt like, hey, I came out okay. I didn't have no father around me, and so now he's just all over the place, right? But all of these children that you're putting out there, they want to see their father when they go to sleep, and they want to see their father when they wake up. How's that going to happen? How then is that going to happen? Sister Wana, peace to you. Yeah, Sister Wana was at the melee the melee last night. She was there. It was an ugly situation. Peace to you, Sister Wana. Yeah, but so here we are. We're talking about how to know if your partner is sexually frustrated, particularly men, right? Let's see. As mentioned earlier, sex serves as a means of relieving stress, among other things. So not being able to fulfill this desire causes all that stress and agitation to build up and fester in his mind. Ain't that what I told you? Ain't that what I told you? Right? I told you it's going to build up in his head, and finally, what happens is, and the same thing happens for women. Finally, what happens is the desire and the frustration work together, and it opens the mind up for options. Because you see that pressure in a man's head, that frustration, it starts seeking an option to be relieved. It starts seeking for options, and it doesn't look at the person at home as an option for that to be relieved at a certain point. At a certain point, this person is not an option. She's not going to help me relieve this situation I got here. Then now they walking around like, okay, now I'm on my own. So that's where the commitment goes. Because then he ain't committing. He's not having the kind of sex he want to have with you. So the commitment drops with the relation with the sex. because he's not able to establish his dominance anymore. I'm just doing the math for y'all. So now his mind is starting to open up for other options, look for other options to establish his dominance. Because he says, I'm on my own. This woman ain't gonna do nothing for me. I'm on my own. So all it takes is, hey Charles, that's a nice suit you got on. Man, that's some real good, smell good. It is? Yeah. Why don't we go get some coffee? Okay, let's do it. Start out coffee, move to lunch, move to dinner, move to Netflix, move to a movie, and then of course, pumping and sweating in the shed. Right? Right? That's why you got to stay on top of it. You got to stay. You as a woman, excuse me, y'all. Let me get some water. You as a woman, you got to stay on top of it. You got to stay on top of it because this stuff can. This is the kind of stuff that tears up relationships because men don't communicate like women. Women think like a woman will come to you and say, "Hey, can we have more sex? Can we have more sex?" A man's not going to do that. A man's not typically not going to do that. He's going to figure you should know that I need sex. He's probably going to try to approach you physically besides saying stuff. Try to rub against you or whatever, right? And you like, no, get away from me. I'm tired. Man, you hear that a couple times. That's it. Sister Wanda, Brother Clarence, I'm going to apply for a job with King as a horseman. You should do it. You should do it. I got to talk to him behind the scenes. I'm gonna get in touch with him. I'm gonna get in touch with him because I know he's smarter than what he did last night. But for whatever reason, he felt like he had to do it that way. And yeah, I'll try to talk to him behind the scenes. But yeah, you should do it, Sister Wanda. They need somebody that's gonna not take everything so personal, like how and be able to disarm the situation, like the situation between you and Tawana, how you disarmed that situation, where even though you was upset over it, you was able to let her see what she had did and gave her the opportunity to be the best person she is, the good person she is, and when she was able to say, step off of what she did as well, and then it all worked out. See, they need somebody like that because Chef was that person, but now what? You got King and Darrell. You know what I mean? I mean, I was on a brother named Chaotic Truth's live stream. He was, and they were going off, and they was going off on Jen, and they was saying that Jen's not black and this, and so she had the right to say nothing and this and that. And I was telling her, Jen is much our relative as your cousin. Jen is our relative. She's Afro Latina. That means she's black. She's our relative. So you may not want to accept it, but that's the reality of that. So we were going on and on about that, and he had guests on that came after me and all of that, whatever, right? But at the end, we spent the whole time talking about Jen. At the end, Daryl was brought. I brought up Daryl. I said, now let me tell you about this thing with Daryl. I said, you don't want that. I said, that is. I said, leave Daryl alone. Go do what you're gonna do. Because I said, you do not want to get into a thing where you trade videos with Daryl. Daryl will crush you. Man, I came from this place. His wife got in it. He got in it. He said, hey, we came from this place where that's all they do is do stuff like that. And he wouldn't, they said, Daryl wouldn't be able to take that. I said, they lightweights compared to Daryl. I said, they lightweights compared to Daryl. I said, you ain't gonna, I said, Daryl's gonna crush you under that situation. I said, even me, he respects me, but he's not gonna stop. If you get on his radar, you're done. I said, that's not what you want to do. So my suggestion to you is to just, just go after your money. Let Daryl go after his money. Let King go after his money. Let Jen go after her money. Let everybody, all you guys just go after your money and get yourself monetized. So they were telling me, oh, well, you know, him and his wife was telling me, and they good people. I'm not saying they bad people or nothing, but they were telling me because, you know, they had come from this other place that was similar, and I said they lightweights compared to Daryl. They lightweights. I said you ain't never seen nothing like this, so I'm telling you what you should do. So they said, oh no, no. I said okay. I said okay, and they must have got it when I did that because after that he said, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put this video on private there. I said, that's a good idea. That is a very good idea. Because if he can win to this, man, you know what I'm saying? But my point is, now you got Daryl who he can throw 10 or 15 videos at you sneezing, right? Now you got King out there, and King is on whatever he's on. I don't know. They're gonna need somebody like you on the horseman to be one of the horsemen. One. They're gonna need somebody that's gonna be able to just say, hold on, wait a minute, hold on, guys. They're gonna need the voice of reason on there, and they need a female to bring that female energy to the to the program. And Jen brings feminine energy, but Jen is like King a lot, so that's not what I'm talking about. They need somebody who's gonna slow down the whole situation. So yeah, hopefully he'll put you up there. Hopefully he'll put you, but I definitely got to talk to King on the private on the back end. Sister Blaze, balance is necessary. Yeah, you got to have balance. I mean, but what you got to have is you got to be more willing to look into it, more willing to look into, uh, you know, the other person and see what you might be missing. See, we got to learn how to talk to each other. You know what I mean? We as men, we don't know how to talk to women. We think talking to women, we learned how to talk to women from all this rap music, and that's not how you find out what's really going on. You just, you just make somebody uh, double down on lying to you, right? You think, oh, what's going on? Oh, nothing. Everything's cool. Why? Because I know I'm gonna meet my girl tonight. I told you I'm going bowling with the fellas, but I'm actually gonna meet my girlfriend. So everything's cool. But if you find out why this man is meeting a girlfriend, if there's an issue, because see what happens. See when people let me tell you what happens when people cheat. When people cheat, they have when people cheat, they have a decision they have to make. They have a decision they have to make. They have a personal decision with their personal ethics. Am I going to follow the personal ethics that I have or not? I would not want somebody to do this to me, but am I going to be the kind of person that would do something like this? So you know what most people do? They give themselves a grace. Oh, I wouldn't normally do something like this, but since I'm in this situation, I'll do it. But the point is, they have to make a decision that they have to excuse that behavior. They have to make a decision. They have to accept that they're going to do it, and then they have to so they can live with themselves. They have to make an excuse for it. See, people don't just cheat because they're bad people. Most people. There's some dudes and some women, they just ain't no good. But most people that cheat, they're not bad people. They're just people that's not getting the need met, and then the other person, they can't verbalize it to the other person. Or if they are verbalizing it to the other person is not able to address it. They're not addressing it. So that like they said, the stress and agitation builds up, especially in men. Men have to have that release every now and then. They have to have that release every now and then. Some women are like that too. But men, you're either gonna have a wet dream or you're gonna have that release. You're gonna have to have some help, some kind of way. And most men want to have that release while they're reestablishing their dominance with a woman and reestablishing their territory. That's how you get men to reestablish their commitment with you is through sex. That's how men do it. They're not gonna verbalize and say, "You my woman. I ain't gonna let nothing happen to you." They might say it, but that's not how they're gonna say it on a regular basis. They say it on a regular basis through having sex with you. I know, man. I know, brother Clarence. What are you talking about? I'm just telling you the truth. I want you guys to win. I'm telling you how to win. Sister Blaze, they internally validate the BS, the cheat. Yeah, people that do. Well, I'm not saying it's BS. See, Sister Blaze, it's something. A lot of times it's not BS. There are really practical needs that are not getting met that these people have been putting off for years, sometimes years. They've been putting it off and putting it off and putting it off and trying to tell the other person, and the other person will not deal with it. Now, let me ask you, how long are you gonna go? Yeah, I mean, you had a movie. There's a movie called Sounder, right? It's a movie called Sounder, and in the movie, the father is poor. The father is poor, and so what the father does is he sees this big turkey in the window of the grocery store. He breaks into the grocery store and serves the turkey. Now he knows the people gonna find him. He knows the people gonna take him to jail. He knows what's gonna happen to him. But he said, "God damn it, my family gonna have a turkey dinner this this Thanksgiving or Christmas, whatever it was. My family's gonna have that turkey dinner." And he made sure they had that turkey dinner. Now he knew they was coming. They was gonna come and get him. But he was saying, "Hey, I'm tired of my family starving, not having no food. How long? How long are you gonna go like that? How long is a person in a relationship gonna go without having their needs met before they say, you know what?" And the person shows up that seems like they're gonna address it. Sometimes with men, it's not. It's sometimes it could be just the way the woman dressed. You want your woman to dress a little more uh, contemporary, right? But she may be like, "Oh no, I don't feel like that." But you say, "Hey, look, no, you doing this with me, not out. I'm not saying to send you out into the public like that unless you with me. But I'm not trying to send you out to the public like that. No, I want you to be like that with me. I appreciate that. Why? Because the man going to work every day, and you sending him to your competition every day. Think about that. You sending your man out to the competition every day and letting the competition deal with him. See, sometimes it ain't just BS, Sister Blaze. Sometimes people are having needs that are not met, and they're being sent out to the world with those needs not being met, and people show up that to the person that not having their needs met seems like, hey, this person is open to meeting my needs. Because in men, after a while not having sex, there's a headache that builds up in men. There's a headache that builds up in men. That's how come they masturbate so much, because it's a headache that builds up in men. And they just go like, man, I got to just get rid of this headache. I could think clearly if I just get rid of this headache. See, I don't think most women are not like that, but most men are like that. Most men have that headache that builds up after a while of not having sex. They go, wait a minute, this I got to deal with this now, or I'm going to do something really crazy. So a lot of men elect to masturbate instead of going out dealing with prostitutes and stuff like that. But that's why men go out there and deal with people like that, because they just got a need that hasn't been met. They don't want to marry no prostitute. They don't want to be in no relationship with no prostitute. They just got a need that they want to get met. It is what it is, Sister Blaze. I know it sounds like BS, but if you once you get past the emotional pain of actually somebody doing that to you, and you actually start seeing under the surface what's going on, then we have to take a look and say, what was our role in the what part did we play in the role that person took that action? Like, what did we do that allowed that person to get to the point where they felt like this is what they had to do to alleviate that pain? Sister Blaze, some men in my family BS to cheat. An older brother mentioned he can't marry his secretary name in his house. Okay, well, you know what I'm saying? I can't speak for every man that's out there cheating. I can't. I got to take a cross section of men that's out there that are cheating and tell you this is basically what most of them are going through. There are some guys out there that they feel like, hey, I'm just gonna do what I want to do, regardless if I'm married or not. That's some men that's like that. I can't explain. I can't talk for those men. Most men are not like that. Most men cheat because there's something missing at home. The opportunity presents itself, and the desire has gotten so high that they can't go back. They get up doing something where they can't go back. They can't go back, and now they're in a relationship with somebody at work or at the PTA or at the school or at the golf course, wherever now they caught up in something that they didn't even intend to get involved with, just because they was hungry for something at home. They were hungry for something at home, and that need wasn't getting met, and now they're in the middle of something, and they, like I said, Sister Blaze, they sitting on that hotel bed right now saying, damn. The wife had been blowing their phone up all night long. He tried to sit there and figure out, what am I going to say? How am I going to explain being gone all night long, no call, no nothing? What am I going to say? How am I going to do this? Same thing with the woman. How am I going to explain to the man that loved me and married me and said he loved me, and he been blowing up my phone all night long? How am I going to explain to him where I've been all night long? Because it happens. Stuff like this happens. It's not, most of the time, it's not because somebody's, wants to do it. It's because the opportunity presented itself. Sister Blaze, brother can't mention his secretary's name. He's also visiting Brazil till his wife figured out what he was doing. We all know. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Yeah, like I said, some people, they just want to get it. There's some people, and there's some women the same way. They just want to get it. They just want to get it. And they're not going, they don't care about nobody's feelings. I'm talking about the average guy that cheats, the average guy, the average lady that cheats. The average person that cheats is not looking to cheat. The average person. There's some people that they either walked into a whole phase. There's some men that got married young. They got married young before they actually got into the groove. And so they felt like, oh, well, ain't no woman gonna really want me. And this woman actually wants me. She actually will do certain sexual acts that I like. Yeah, let me go on and marry her now. 10 years later, when he's, moving up the company, now women are throwing themselves at him. The opportunity is there to have excess. The opportunity is just to present itself. If the wife ain't aware of all of these facts, and she won't admit and acknowledge this stuff and do something about it, pushing him right into the enemy's hands. You got to stay on top of your man. You got to stay on top of him and his mentality. You got to understand how this man think at all times. You got to do it. You got to be it. That's the only way you're gonna stay in a relationship with him. Is you got to be on top of it. If he got an issue, you got to stay on top of it, and you got to make him. I'm gonna tell you this is the main reason why women get cheated on too, because men feel like they can't come to the woman and verbalize nothing. They don't feel like they can come to you and say, you know what, I have feelings that I don't know why, but I'm feeling like, man, I want to have sex with more, not only you, but other people. Why? Because what's the average woman gonna do when you say that? What? She's gonna blow up, right? Right? You go, what? Like Daffy Duck and the stick of dynamite, bang! Right? She gonna blow up, the average woman. So the guy feel like he don't have the confidence to be able to go to the woman and tell the woman, hey, this ain't gonna work, or I'm having this issue. So we know what he do? He put it up, he keep it under his hat. Like the brother going to Brazil. Hey, I'm having real feelings about, I want to see what it's like to be with women from out of another country. Why? Why would I even feel that way? Well, because there's something missing at home. There's something that's not right at the house. If everything was right at the house, Why would I want to go 3 or 4 or 5,000 miles away to see if a woman is like a woman out here in America, or just to be with this type of woman? Why would I need to do that? I only need to do that because there's some issue that's not being addressed. That's all I'm saying, Sister Blaze. That's all I'm saying. There's underlying issues that need to be addressed. That's why most people cheat. Most people are not bad people. They're not just cheating just to be cheating. Yes, I will admit there are some people that just run into a whole phase. They walk into a whole phase. Same thing with a woman. She get married real young, and then she be about 25, 26, really walking into her stride, looking good, smelling good, and an alpha dog from the job starts hawking her. She telling this man no, 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 no. And then what happens? One day the husband starts neglecting her. In her mind, it's neglect, right? He's tired. He's working all day. He might be a truck driver. Might be working on working 10, 12 hours. Who knows? And before you know it, she say no, 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 no. And that one day where she felt like she being neglected, she didn't even mean to say nothing to this man. Now she looking for the man which come into work, and the man say, "Hey, you looking good? I'm gonna use you, Sister Keisha. I'm gonna use you. You looking good, Keisha? You looking good? You want to grab some coffee? Sure, why not? After all the time saying no, sure, why not? Man, like what? You told me no all this time? Okay, cool. He don't care you married. As far as he's concerned, if you thought enough of your husband to say yes, then he must be small time. He must not be nothing he need to worry about if you willing to go to coffee with him, right? Of course, we know coffee turns into lunch, lunch turns into dinner, and dinner turns into a movie, and a movie turns into pumping and sweating in the shed, right? We know this. We know this. But keeping your man sexually satisfied is part of the deal. It's part of the deal, right? Same thing with you, man. As a man, it's part of the deal. Keeping your woman sexually satisfied is part of the deal. Indulging in a nervous habit is our body's way of trying to seeking to relieve stress. So if you stumble upon your man pacing unusually or chewing on his fingernails, there's a chance that your long break from sex is starting to affect him. You think? Excuse me. You think? Men do not do well with long breaks in sex. I don't think anybody in here is unaware of that. I mean, most of us do not do well with long breaks in sex. But there's people out there that want to do it, right? Women feel like there's some women. I'm not saying all women, but there's some women that will look at the situation and be like, "Oh, okay, um, I'm gonna control you. I'm gonna control you by doling out the sex in a certain way." I'm gonna tell you, women, that is a bad idea because what you're gonna do, especially with a man that has the money, who has the money, he has the money, and he has the opportunity to rectify that situation. You're putting yourself in a bad situation. That's a bad gamble. You're sending somebody out of the house with a full sack, a full wallet, and an opportunity. I'm just saying that is a bad combination to be sending your man out with. That's a bad. You want to put a dent in all of those things. You want to put a dent in his wallet. You want to put a dent in his time, his opportunity, and you want to put a dent in the fact that he even think that he needs to go out there by relieving some of that sexual tension. You want to relieve that. Well, I don't feel like doing anything because I'm on my cycle. Okay, well, you're on your cycle. You're going to have to get creative. God gave you a lot of different tools to work with. He knew you were going to be on your cycle. So that's why you got other tools you can work with to make it happen, right? Without being too vulgar. I know some of you guys are, got your children there and everything. So without being too vulgar, uh, let's finish the list. Let's finish the list. Oh, we only on number 4, y'all. I gotta get moving. See, bro, y'all gotta tell me, brother Clarence, you talking too much. Come on, man, get with it. Number 4, he zones out more often. Oh yeah, this is a good one. This is a good one. Daydreaming about sex is a major sign that a person's sexual desire needs to be met. It is only logical that the more you know you can't have something, the more you want it. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Also, the more you want something, the more you think about it. Hence, the frequent daydreams. If you notice that your partner seems lost in his thoughts for most of the day, instead of being as active as he usually is, then he may be sexually frustrated. You think? Of course. Of course. Let's see what's going on with my camera here. I'm trying to move it over. Yeah, man. I'm trying to move my camera out of that light. It's in there. Oh well, y'all. We gonna have to just do what we got to do. Anyway, yeah, you think he's sexually frustrated? You think if he's wants to be by himself, he's always in the bathroom by himself, you think he's sexually frustrated? I think so. I mean, more than usually by himself. It is just like putting yourself on a diet for a while, and then all of a sudden you start to crave all your favorite junk like burgers, fries, hot wings, etc. You're definitely going to be stuck thinking about those things way more often than usual. You'd probably even be able to taste them in your mouth. Perhaps your partner is experiencing this. The danger here, oh, they're going to tell us what the danger is. The danger here is that he may start imagining doing it with someone else. You think he may start imagining things? He's not even gonna be imagining. The imagining is going to happen for maybe a day or so. When the opportunity presents itself, he may not be able to hold himself back. That's why you got to always communicate with your spouse. Always communicate with your partner. You got to constantly be communicating because there's always going to be things you're going to be learning about them. You know what? The person you with is not going to be the person you with 10 years from now. Why? Because this person is changing. We're all changing. I first married my wife. My wife was not as I would say well spoken, not as able to talk for herself up front like she is today. My wife would tell me in a minute, this is she don't have to mince no words. Why? Because you don't have to play. You've been with somebody 30 years, man. You've been to funerals. You ain't got to play no more. But how do you get there? You got to start up. You got to start putting the foundation of communication, so you communicate honestly. Because if you chase each other away because of the way you kind of communicating with each other, you're never gonna get nowhere. You ain't never gonna get nowhere, and then you're gonna wonder why your relationship fell apart, and you're gonna take those bad habits into another relationship. It's better to find out that somebody is not on your page early than to find out later that they're not on your page. It's better to find out early. How do you find out? Ask questions. The best way to get information is to ask questions. Hey, but it's the way you ask the questions. It's not the questions you ask, it's the way you ask the questions. It's the way. Because men are going to interpret stuff. It's like last night, I'm talking to Chicago Rilla, and so every time I'm asking him a question, because his perception was that I was trying to jump on him about some Lapeef drama, but what I was trying to do was trying to get him to tell everybody, all of us, that he don't subscribe to all of that drama, or he doesn't. It's not particularly the drama, but particularly the insults that are commonly seen on that platform, are commonly thrown out at people on that platform. His version of what he believes should be happening when that occurs. That's what I was trying to get from him, so that he could separate himself and say, "Hey, I'm. This is what I think about that. I'm not with that. If you want to talk to somebody about what they did, go to this person, go to that person," which he did say. But if I'm asking you about you, then I want to hear from you about you. I'm not asking you about this other person. I'm not asking you about that platform. I'm asking you about you and what you think about what happened. But he took it like he just took it the wrong way. He took it the way he wanted to take it. And he wouldn't let me I kept trying to reestablish and re-ask the question, but he had so much hostility for the way for his perception of what I was trying to do, that he was, and King probably had him on fire already. So he was just not going to allow it to happen. Even though I was coming in good faith, I wasn't trying to make him look bad or trying to make me look good or nothing. I wasn't trying to get nothing from him except for honest answer. Y'all know me, man. I ask a bunch of questions. So, but my point is, that's how men. So, but I don't know him intimately. If I knew him intimately, maybe I could say to him, "Hey, really, I could have said it a certain way." Like if his woman, I probably could have asked him a question, and he would have stopped and answered her question because he know her intimately. I don't know him like that. So, only way I could ask is the way I was asking. Either he was going to answer it or he wasn't going to answer it. Once I saw he wasn't going to answer none of my questions, I got off the live stream because I said, "What am I doing here? Why King was trying to bury the guy. King was trying to bury the guy. So, I mean, you don't need me here for that, right?" So, anyway, and shout out to King. I mean, I don't know what he was on last night, but, hopefully, hopefully he's not on that no more, and maybe we can sit down and have a rational discussion about the situation, because it was definitely a bad situation, um, from my perspective. Anyway, getting back to y'all keeping a man around, and keeping him, making sure that he is not walking around sexually frustrated. Okay, let's get to the next one. Number 5, he has difficulties falling asleep. Oh, this is true. Insomnia isn't linked only to sexual frustration. There are other causes of it. Even sexually satisfied people find it hard to fall asleep. Not usually. Some even wake up several times at night and lay awake for a while. However, feeling sex starved could definitely make it harder for you to fall asleep. Yeah, it makes people hard. It makes it hard for men to fall asleep because men start taking it personally. They start taking it like, "Oh, you're not having sex with me on purpose. You purposely trying to give me this pain." That's how men start taking it. According to some sex therapists, having an orgasm can sometimes act as an amnesiac, which means that it could help you forget some of the stresses and challenges you experienced earlier in the day. I agree with that. Sex helps your muscles relax and release the tension stored up in them. Well, I'm going to say it like this. Like I said, men need to reestablish their dominance. So they reestablish their dominance through copulation, right? Men reestablish their domination through copulation. Now, if you want to relieve the stress, and what you can do to buy yourself time is get creative and do some other things outside of that, right? Because you say, "Oh, I'm on my cycle, brother. I can't do anything on my cycle," right? And you shouldn't do anything on your cycle, right? But there's some other things you can do, right? Gotta get creative, right? God gave you some other areas to work with, even though you're on your cycle. So you gotta get creative, right? Right? Sister Wanda, you're very deep, brother Clarence. I'm trying, Sister Wanda. I'm trying. We go where nobody wants to go. We go where nobody wants to go. And you see, even in the kumbaya space, they got problems in the kumbaya space. Eventually, you have to come here to get the real truth. You have to come here. I know I don't make it sound good. I don't make it sound, but exciting. But eventually, you have to come here to get the truth, because we're gonna put the psychology with the math and make it all sound good. We're gonna put it all together for you. You ain't have to think about it. You're gonna say, you know what, that brother made sense. Sister Blaze, but Clarence keeps it real on his channel, Gems. Thank you, Sister Blaze. Thank you, Sister Wanda. Appreciate all of y'all. I appreciate all of y'all. Y'all get it. I'm just trying to put the information out, and so that people can have a place, a reference point where they can hear something and they can say, you know what? Maybe I can't argue with that. Or if you can't argue with it, come on back and see me. Come on, but I'm just telling you the mathematics of it. I'm telling you my experience and the mathematics of it. Because some of y'all say, well, I can't get down with Kevin Samuels because, he ain't even married. Well, I'm married. I'm saying basically the same thing. I don't agree with 100% of what Kevin say, but a lot of it does make sense because it's just mathematics. It's just the mathematics of the situation. I'm just trying to be, give you the mathematics. We go farther than anybody goes. We go farther than anybody goes. Even quote unquote Kevin Samuels, we go farther. We go way deeper than that. Way deeper. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, you got to get creative. I can't do anything on because I'm on my cycle. Okay, you're not supposed to do anything on your cycle, copulation wise, but there's some other things that can be done, right? We all know this, so I don't have to belabor that point. What we don't want to do is we don't want stuff to build up in people. That's the whole point of this. It also releases emotional tension and helps you to relax for a while. Research shows that stress is one of the major causes of insomnia and sometimes a result of lack of physical intimacy. Holy smokes. So, if your partner has been turning and tossing in the night while you try to get some sleep, or if he keeps waking up frequently in the middle of the night, he's most likely sexually frustrated. You know what? Let me tell you guys, for you guys that don't know what a sexually frustrated man looks like, a sexually frustrated man is the guy that you see sleeping with his face looking up to the ceiling, and he's got a tent. He's got a tent over him. That is a sexually frustrated guy. When you do a body check on the guy and you find loaded artillery on the guy, that is a sexually frustrated guy. I'm using words because I know some of you guys got children in the room. But that is a sexually frustrated. Sexually frustrated guys are not hard to find. And they're easy to deal with. They're easy to disarm. If you're a woman of any knowledge, sexually frustrated guys are easy to disarm. You know what I mean? It's a matter of, handling peg A and working with peg A until you get the result in B, slot B, and that's it. Right? Men are real easy. But we don't want to let it even get to this point. We don't want it to get to the point where people are sexually frustrated. That's the point. We don't want to even get there. They talking to you to tell you, oh, now after the fact, this is what you need to look for. I'm telling you, so you don't even let it get to these points. Communication. And it's not just communication, it's the way you communicate. Because you cannot go to a man that's sexually frustrated. Hey, what's your problem? What's the matter with you? How come you hanging out down here in the man cave all the time? You can't approach a man like that. And he's sexually frustrated. You're the reason why he's sexually frustrated. And all you're going to do is push him right on out the door. You got to come to a man and say, brother, sit down. Let me talk to you about something. Let me share something with you real quick. You got to learn how to talk to men. See, but most women don't know how to talk to men. They want to talk to a man like you, a man too. Yeah, man. Yeah, bro. I've seen women like that. Yeah, bro. Bro. Yeah, bro. But you want me to consider you a woman? Yeah, you might have hair and uh, eyelashes and a nice dress on and everything, but you coming with that masculine energy, man. That's gonna turn any man off. That's gonna turn any normal man off. I should say a normal man. There's some weirdos out there that get turned on by that masculine energy. But you got to say to yourself, what kind of man will be turned on by masculine energy? And do I have a bigger problem here? Brother Clarence, you ask too many questions. You ask too many questions. I know I do. But I'm trying to save your life. I'm trying to see you not get yourself in a situation when you spend 2, 3, 10 years with somebody who is been hiding that they like men the whole time. Or any other type of situation. Trying to give you the tools so you can vet these people properly, man. And you can sniff out problems before they turn into real problems, right? It's like in the Bible. Devil starts out a little snake on the ground. They could have just stepped on his head and it would have been done with, right? But no, they left it alone and left it alone. They let him do his thing, right? By the time you get to Revelation, now you're dealing with a whole dragon. Now you're dealing with a dragon because you let it progress to that level, and that person's mental capability wasn't addressed. Now he got the power of a dragon, and he got other people to other powerful people to be in agreement with him. We don't want to let it get to that point. Now, at that point, God had to intervene in that point, right? God had to step in at that point, right? So I'm saying we don't want to have to get the situation get to that bad, right? We want to sniff out the problems up front, or as close as we can as possible. Problems gonna come up. See, in a marriage, in a long-term relationship, you're gonna have problems. You're gonna have different situations. You're gonna have misunderstandings, kind of things. The point is, you got to be on the same page to let's together resolve it. That's where the point is. The point is, ain't never gonna be no problem. No, that's not real. That's not the reality. There's gonna be problems. There's gonna be misunderstandings. There's gonna be people that are not on the same page with you all the time. Your significant other ain't gonna be on the same page with you all the time. There's gonna be issues. The question is, does everybody have the same motivation to resolve the conflict? That's the issue, and put the train back on the tracks. That's the issue? I don't care if they're sexually frustrated, emotionally frustrated, spiritually frustrated, whatever kind of frustration they're experiencing. Can you see it? Do you know what you're looking at? Because I'm telling you about men. Men get good at covering it up. Men get good at covering. After a while, when they are not getting what they need, men, they start covering it up, and they start covering it. And the woman sometimes, especially if you're dealing with children, a job. Let's throw in that you're going to school. You're going to night school so you can get a degree so you can move up in the company to help the family, right? You thinking the man understands the sacrifice you're making. Sometimes he do it, sometimes he don't. Sometimes he do it, sometimes he don't. But you stay on top of your man's sexual deprivation is on you. You got to stay on top of that, man. If you stay on top of that, that is half the battle right there. And then any other issue he got, just keep checking in with him. Bro, I'm just checking in with you, see how you doing, man. I'm with you on that. Well, I'm feeling this way, but don't attack him. When he tell you something that you really didn't want to hear, don't attack the man. You just listen, and then you ask him, well, is that something you really want to do? Because I need to know, if that's something you really want to do. The average guy gonna say, no, that ain't nothing I really want to do, but I mean, it's not happening like I want it to happen around here. Maybe if we start making it happen a little more, I wouldn't even have those crazy thoughts. I wouldn't even try to think of something like that. The average guy said, I wouldn't even try to think of something like that. But sometimes the woman gets so caught up. Oh my God, you're gonna cheat on me. Instead of addressing it like a grown up and saying, okay, brother, what can we do to mitigate that situation? What do you think we should do? See, talk while you can, because I'm telling you, men get to a certain point, ain't not just men, women too. People who are cheating, they get to a certain point where they get so caught up in the cheating, you can't talk to them no more. They feel so bad about what they're doing, they don't want to discuss it. They don't want to go into it because they feel so bad about it. So they just keep letting it happen. They keep just letting it happen, and they just keep going down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole, down the rabbit hole, because they feel so bad about what they've done. They just so ashamed of what they've done. See, most people that cheat, they're not bad people. They just get caught up and something is missing at home. Don't be that person. Don't make something be missing at home. Get on top of your game. Get on top of your game. All of us need to too. Me too. I need to stay on top of my game. I know you've been married 32 years, Claire. She ain't going nowhere. Shit, you don't know. You don't know. I sent her out in that world, you know, deprived at some point, and I'm not actively trying to make sure that's that I'm on top of it. Who knows? Who knows what could happen? But you know what? My relationship is not going to break up because I didn't put my best foot forward to make it work. I put my best foot forward to make it work. And if it don't work after that, I can deal with that. I can live with that. Because if you don't need me, I don't need you. I'm cool on that. I love you. I love you so much. I do. I don't want you to go. But if you got to go because you feel like, hey, it's a better deal across the street, go on and go. I want you to win. Even if it means I got to make a sacrifice for you to win, hey, go on and win. Because I know, see, this is it. This is it. I'm gonna hit y'all with a heavy one right here. Because I know God is gonna take care of me no matter what. And what I mean, am I talking about something spooky? A hand comes down out of the cloud, bang. Okay, bing. No, I'm not talking about nothing spooky. What I mean, God is gonna take care of me. I mean, me having the mentality and the spiritual connection is going to guide me. Not no, ain't gonna be nobody with no chicken wings gonna float down and talk for me and talk to me. No, 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 no. We ain't talking about nothing spooky. We're talking about a connection with a process that how the universe works. I'm connected to that process and to that higher power that set that all in motion. And once I got a thinking process like that, I can quickly recover from different things that happen that's outside of my control. I can't control what another person gonna do. I can't control. That's last night. You know, I could control that situation. Wasn't nothing I could do. I could tell that King was on his own thing, man. He was just gonna go. Really, the one that who had the most ability to control it was Jen, and she was like, she even realized, hey man, I don't have no control of this situation. This man is gonna go and say what he got to say. We all just had to sit there and listen to him, even though he said a couple things that maybe he shouldn't have said. In my opinion, that stuff. Some of the things he said could have been said behind the scenes, but he chose to put it out there. So now you got to be a big boy when you put stuff out there. You got to be a big boy, and you got to deal with the thing. That's why I was glad when Chaotic Truth. Shout out to Chaotic Truth and his wife. He put that video that live stream on private. You can't even find. You can't even look it up because I kept telling him. I said, "You do not want this thing with Daryl. You do not." And finally, I think it hit home. They said, "Oh, you know what? You're right. We can tell by this man." I said, "Man, I'm here to help you. I'm trying to help you. Telling you not to get into it with that dude. That dude will bury you with these videos. You do not want that. So just you go your way. Let him go his way. Let Jen go her way." He listened to me. I'm glad. Him and his wife listened to me. I'm glad. but it took time to convince him. And he's like, oh, you don't know what we. I said, bro, that all of the people you dealt with is lightweights compared to Daryl. They lightweights. You got no clue what you're walking into. So I'm trying to tell you, but they finally got it. Um, Sister Warren last night was wild. Yeah, Sister Warren was wild. It was wild. I was watching the whole thing from the house, and I was like, actually, I fell asleep for a little bit. And the next thing I know, King and Chef were arguing at each other. I'm like, what's going on? I was like, what's going on? And I was like, what the hell is that? What the hell is happening? Then I saw you get on, and you were gracious enough with Tawana. See, they need somebody like that. So I think you should be a horseman. Try, or horse lady. You should be. Try to be. Maybe they will let you on there because King respects you a lot. So maybe he'll let you do it. Maybe he'll let you do it. Sister Keisha, I agree, Brooke Clan. Yeah, sometimes Sister Keisha, we don't know who we don't know who we're dealing with. And I was trying to tell them, you do not know who you're dealing with. Leave that man alone. Don't be trying to trade videos with him. I said, no, you leave that man alone. If he even sniffs that you're doing something like that, he's gonna bury you. And shout out to them for listening. I appreciate the fact that they listen because this thing could be a lot worse. And Daryl's gonna do what Daryl's gonna do, but it could be a lot worse than that. Because if he even sniffed that they trying to say something about him, man, he would drop 20, 30 videos on them easy, and then it'll be an even uglier situation. Anyway, yeah, last night was wild, Sister Wana. It was wild. I'm gonna probably I might discuss it a little more later. So hang tight, everybody. Hang tight. Let me get through this list, and then I'll put the link out, and then if whoever wants to come up and talk about it, I'll talk about it and share my thoughts, and then we can talk about it. Let me get through this list. Number 6, he's binging. A lack of sufficient activity in one area of your life could make you feel incomplete and could cause you to overindulge in other areas. So suppose you aren't getting satisfaction from your career. You're likely to give more to a hobby or anything that gives you joy, like sex. Your lack of satisfaction has caused you to find satisfaction in other activities. The same can apply in the case of sexual frustration. Since your man isn't getting any sexual satisfaction, woo, dangerous, dangerous. What was that show that used to come on, Lost in Space? Danger, Will Robinson. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. You may find that he spends countless hours playing video games or throwing himself into his work. If you're lucky, he may. That's when those late evenings start. Oh, I got to work late. That's when those late evenings start, right? He may even start binge eating or dangerously drinking too much. Yeah, that's another thing that could happen. Holy smokes! But that's another issue. Somebody that's drinking too much gonna drink too much. That's another issue. It's just like drug addicts. Some people who are recovering from addiction tend to start eating more candy, mints, or other junk just to stay away from their original object of obsession. Sexual impulses could act as addiction sometimes. Yeah, that's true. If your partner loves sex and isn't getting any, he's likely going to dive into other activities just to fill that void. Yeah, watch it. You're going to dive into other activities, all right. You need to pray and hope that they're not destructive. No, you don't need to pray and hope that they're not destructive. Get on it. Get on it. Do whatever you got to do to keep that sack empty. Your job is to keep that sack as empty as possible. Sister Keisha, nobody's outpacing Daryl right now. Man, let me tell you something. That's my dude. That's my dude. That's why I originally went to them. To tell them the chaotic truth people. I went to them and to actually talk to them about Daryl. Ended up talking about Jen because I got caught up with this situation with Jen, and they were telling because I said, hey, she's Afro-Latina, she's our relative, she's our people. And they said, no, you're just caping for her and all this and all that. And so I got caught up in all of that for a couple of hours. But as I was walking out the door, I said, "Oh yeah, by the way, let me tell you what you in for. If you continue down this road, let me tell you what you in for." I said, "Daryl is going to exhaust you." That's exactly what I told him. I said, "Daryl is going to exhaust you." I said, "There's no way you're going to be able to keep up with him." They said, "Oh, we know what we doing. See, we came from another platform where that's all they did is, drop videos on each other and talk bad about each other." Da, 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 da. I said, "They lightweights compared to Daryl." I said, "You do not want to get into a situation where you going back and forth videos with Daryl. Daryl's gonna bury you." Daryl's gonna bury you. I said, "That's not what you want. What you want to do," I said, "and I'm not. There's a reason why I'm talking to you first." I said, "I can talk to Daryl, and Daryl will say, yeah, yeah, but class, I'm not gonna do this." And then he'll sniff you did something, and he's gonna drop 20, 30 videos on it. I said, that's why I'm going to you. I said, "You need to leave him alone. Don't even put nothing out." I said, I would not drop any more videos mentioning him or Jen if I was you." They said, "Oh, we ain't scared of him." I said, "I know you're not scared, brother, but it's not about being scared. It's gonna be you're gonna get wrapped up in time. And see, that ain't nothing for Daryl to drop all these videos on you. That ain't nothing for him. You're the one that's gonna lose a lot of time. That ain't nothing for him." So they finally got it, and they said, "You know what? We're gonna put this on private." I said, "Yeah, that's a great idea. That is a great idea. That's a great idea. That's what you should do." Anyway, yeah, Daryl is Daryl. You know what I mean? He's a workaholic, so he's gonna do it. I mean, and to him, a lot of it is fun. It's fun for him. He can drop videos in a minute, and he can drop 10 or 12 videos just like that. You know what I mean? Uh, Sister Blaze, I mentioned to Daryl, he reminds me of my oldest son when he was younger, intelligent firecracker. Yeah. Daryl's a very smart guy, but unfortunately, he doesn't have a filter sometimes by which he, says things, and what I mean. Daryl can tell you, I've gone to Daryl so many times behind the scenes and said, "Daryl, what are you doing, man? Don't do this, don't do that, don't do this." And he'll say to me, "Clarence, you're right, man. I'm not gonna do it. I respect you, man. I'm not gonna do it." And then he get a sniff that the person even not even mentioned his name, but was he interpreted that the person was talking about him. Boom, 10, 12 videos out there just like that, bang, right? And I'll be like, man. And then he'll hit me up and say, "I mean, I tried to do it, but excuse me, I tried to do it, but this happened, so I couldn't. What can I say? The dude's a grown man taking care of his family. What does he need? I'm just giving him advice, and he's winning doing his program. So what can I say? You know what I'm saying? So I have to just leave him alone and let him do his thing. You know what I mean? So I went to the other side of the situation, which was Chaotic Truth and his wife, and broke it down to them. And luckily for all of us, they saw the light and they put that video on private. So that's a good thing. All right, let's get back to it. Let's finish this so we can talk about last night if you guys really want to talk about it. Yeah, but they said right here, you need to pray and hope that they're not that if your partner loves sex and isn't getting any, he's likely going to dive into other activities to fill that void. You need to pray and hope that they're not destructive. I don't agree with that. Don't pray and hope. You get in there. Get in there. You see your partner is you know that your partner isn't having sex on a regular basis with you. You gotta think to yourself, if he ain't having it with me on a regular basis, he's more likely to be open to having it with somebody else on a regular basis. So let me get in there before that happens. Don't Yeah, you can pray, but don't hope. Don't hope. No, you pray and you get to work. You get to work. No. Hoping is for people laying in the hospital bed. You can hope you get better. No. You ain't in the hospital bed. Get busy. Get up and go to work. Don't blame it on God. I prayed, God. I stayed here and I prayed. I prayed all night that he wasn't out with no floozy. No. You don't want him out with no floozy? Find out what the problem is, fix it, so you don't have to feel like going out with a floozy is an option for him. Same thing with you, man. You got a woman in your life and you calling her and you can't find her for 6 or 7 hours. Maybe you got a problem there. Maybe you got a problem. I would say that is a big problem. So what you need to do is don't pray. I'm praying she ain't out with some dude, having somebody ravage her insides, right? Don't pray. Get up and go to work. And when I say get up and go to work, I mean don't follow her around. Nobody wants to be followed around. But what I mean is you got to reconnect. You obviously lost your connection. You got to reconnect. You got to reconnect back up. Find out what's going on. What's the problem? There must be an issue, because why would your woman not be MIA for 7-8 hours? She ain't gonna be MIA for 8. Oh, my phone lost charge. I mean, we've all heard it all, right? I lost my phone. I couldn't find it. I left it at work. I left it in my drawer. I left it at home. Whatever, right? Whatever they say. But how are you going to? You're gonna have to reestablish. Well, first of all, you got to figure out if somebody's treating you like that, you got to figure out what the core issue is. If it's an issue that can be adjusted, then and you're willing to forgive, then maybe cool. But if it's an issue that can't be adjusted, then you might have to take a long walk off a short pier. Might have to take a long walk off a short pier. In other words, you might have to get out of there. I mean, you might have to say, hey, if we can't fix this issue, then because I'm not going to allow you to do this to me, right? But we'll get into it. But I just don't want you guys thinking, oh man, I'm gonna just hope and pray that person ain't doing it. No, that's not how you handle that situation. You see changes in behavior. You see drastic changes in behavior. Address it. Your man usually wearing jeans and a t-shirt and some tennis shoes. All of a sudden, he dressing nice every day. What's going on? What happened? You have to be able to notice trends, notice situations like that, and then address them. All right, last one. He starts getting distracted. As dreadful as it sounds, the reality of the whole situation, if your partner is in need of sexual gratification and he can't get it for long periods of time, he's likely to go looking for it elsewhere. This is true. This ain't no, this ain't no 10 Commandments. This ain't Moses bringing nothing down off the hill, right? A lot of husbands and boyfriends do not wish this, but sometimes they find themselves in compromising situations. I told y'all, see, most guys go out, they don't go looking for this stuff. Because guess what? You're not the only woman in existence. As mentioned earlier, being sexually starved could cause you to daydream extensively about having sex. This means that sex is likely to be on your partner's mind for large chunks of the day. Yeah, what men do, see, what men will, if they're not having sex after a while, they'll be thinking about sex at work. They'll be thinking of sex at lunch. They'll be thinking of sex when they're working again, and they're thinking of sex at home, and they'll be thinking about sex wherever they go. And ultimately, if they are put in a position where they can't masturbate, if you're not going to take care of it, then they get to a point where they say, I have to masturbate. And then they get to a point where they take the fact that they have to masturbate personal. They say, why should I have to masturbate? I'm married to somebody. Then they say to themselves, I'm not going to be masturbating. I don't need to do that. So then they say, you know what? Cool. If she don't want to have sex, I don't want to have sex. But that tension builds up in their head, and then somebody at work looking just like how they like it, talking just like how they talking, and wearing a dress just like he like it. You want to go to coffee? Like I said, coffee turns to lunch, lunch turns to dinner, dinner turns to a movie, and movie turns into a pumping and sweating in the shed. Also bear in mind that when he goes out to work, shop, or gym, he'd be meeting other good-looking women too. Yeah, a lot of women they discount that. They discount that. They think, hey, I'm the only one with a vagina on this planet. No, there's many other people. And a lot of women giving vagina away. They're not even making you have to. You don't even have to have a job. You don't have to have nothing. They're giving vagina away. Some may even be making a little pass at him. He may find it difficult to stay committed to you if he can't connect with you sexually. Stuff I already said. I already said all this stuff already. So if you notice that your partner is going out more often than usual and staying up late nights, then he may be distracted by someone else. Also, if he has started getting a bit more guarded with his personal phone, he just generally acting suspicious. You best believe that he may be visiting other options. Ouch. Ouch. All right, y'all, what do y'all think? What do y'all think? Did we break down being sexually deprived? Do we break that down? Did we break that down? We did. I think I'm looking to see if they got anything else in here. Yeah. Yeah. So we pretty much hit on everything in here. Now let's talk about last night. Those of y'all that want to talk about last night, let's talk about last night. Let's see. No, let me do this. Let me do this. Okay. Let me do this. Okay, those of y'all that want to talk about last night, I'm gonna talk a little bit about last night. A little bit about it. Okay, so what happened with me? Like I said, I came in there. They was talking about black women and how black women have um, kind of taken over the role of um, of like the leadership role in the black community in most black households. And so I just came in, like I said, to fill in some of the gaps that I heard. I was listening to the conversation. I heard some of the gaps, and I forgot who asked me about whose channel. It was Jen. It was Jen on the Block's channel last night. What do you say, Sister Wanda? They have apps on your phones now that immediately hide your text messages. Yeah, yeah. Or they have. Remember that guy Chris Watts? Remember the guy Chris Watts? uh, I mean, it's not funny. This guy killed his family, and he put him in oil. He put him in an oil container. He worked in an oil field, and he took his wife and his two daughters. He killed them, and he took just so he could be with this girl, just so he could be with his girlfriend at work. He killed them, and he put them in an oil container at his job. Okay, one of the apps he had on his phone was it would hide the text messages. It was an app for text messages, but it looked like on his phone it looked like a clock app. It looked like an app for a clock or a map or something like that. It was a totally different. It was a totally different app. So yeah, they got apps to do all kind of stuff. But for me kind of person I am, I don't want to hide nothing from nobody. I don't want to hide anything. You know what I mean? I mean that's a lot of work to be hiding everything, and that's just a lot of work for me. But you know what? The people that want to do it, have at it. Knock yourself out. I don't want to even be with somebody who I feel like I got to hide everything from. I just don't want to do it. I just don't want to feel that way. You know what I mean? Sister Wanda, the old OGs like me showed up last night. Yeah, I'm talking about last night, when, Sister Wanda. So you correct me if I go off the I go off the rails. So anyway, I came in. I was talking about like I said, I was trying to piece together what's going on, and so I came in. I said my little piece here and there, you know, and I saw most of you guys over there. But and it was Jen on the Block's channel. And so anyway, uh, King came on shortly after I got there, and he had smoke already when he got there. I mean, she let him. He had this long, kind of like the TLA type of intro where he was just talking for about 45 minutes straight, and nobody interrupted him or nothing. He just talked straight. And I was like, I never really seen him with that kind of energy, but he was talking. and he was just talking about I don't know, man. He was going off. So so we was on the channel. We was talking, and then Tawana came. So we were talking. Everybody, we were just you know chewing the fat, chopping it up, and then I noticed Chicago Rilla was in the chat. So I asked Jen to ask him to come up. So Jen said, "Well, he's already." What's going on, Petway Boy? We're talking about what happened last night on Jen on the block. So I got there, the chef got there right after me, and so he went into his thing, right? And then so I saw that Rilla was in the chat. I saw Chicago Rilla was in the chat. So I asked Jen to bring Chicago Rilla into the fray with us. Asked him to come up because I had some questions I wanted to ask him, not about Lapeef, but him, his personal opinion. Plus, I wanted to meet the guy. Anyway, Sister Warner, I don't watch the Peep Show anymore because of all the back and forth. Yeah, I don't watch it either. I think they're trying to readjust it. They're trying to reposition it, and but it's very difficult to watch for a sane human being. Very difficult to watch. But anyway, so I yeah. So where was I? Oh yeah. So King came on. So Rilla was in the chat. So I said, "Hey Jen, why don't you ask Rilla to come on the stage?" She said, "Shoot, I don't even have to ask. Boom, he's right there. Bam. So he's right there. He came on, and he came on the chat. And so first thing happened was Mr. O asked him a question. Mr. O asked him, "Hey, what's your feeling about when they called us the Peef Rejects? When I guess Anton called us the Peef Rejects. Those of us that got an issue with the Peef, the mothership. Hey, what's well, uh, what's the issue with that?" And so Rilla, was making it out to be like he was having an issue with. He was asking him to about what something about Lapeef. He was making it about Lapeef, but the brother, Mr. O was asking him about his opinion about something that happened over there. And so I tried to intervene, and so they really told me, "Hey, this dude's a grown man. He can talk for himself." I said, "You're right." I sent Mr. O a message on the back end saying, "Hey, brother, sorry, man. You're right. He's right. You're a man. I didn't mean to jump in front of you. I just, it was just a misunderstanding." And Mr. O was real cool about it. He was like, "Man, don't worry about it, man. You good, right?" Sister Wanda, I really like Willa though. I haven't, I haven't, I don't have no problem with him. To say I like the guy, I don't know. I don't know the guy. I like for him to win. You know what I'm saying? I haven't spoken directly to him. I spoke directly to Anton. I think he's all right guy. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't like everything he does, but I think so I can say that about Anton because I spoke directly to him. But really, I don't really know. I don't really know. And every time I talk to him, the times I tried to talk to him last night, he was really evasive. So I was like, man, he's not even letting me set up the situation to talk to him. But Wanda, I'm different. I'm not telling you because I got a problem with him. You got to have a problem with him. I'm just saying I have a problem with him. I don't even have a problem with him. I just didn't like that part of it. You know what I'm saying? He seems like a solid dude, but I don't know him. I don't know the guy. You know what I mean? I'd like to ask him questions, but like last night, he tried to frame it like I'm trying to make him go against Lapeef, and I wasn't. I was just trying to get his perspective on things, get him to explain to all of us his stance on it. But he wouldn't allow that to happen, so I had to bounce. Sister Wanda, it's hard to watch and hear Lapeef show. It's too frustrating. I gave up. You know what? The thing about it is, Sister Wanda, they talk about things, but they don't produce any real solutions because they can't. And I'm gonna tell you why they can't produce any real solutions because they will not have an honest talk. They will not have an honest discussion. see me here, I will have an honest discussion. And if there's nobody I ain't gonna not go after. I'll go after white people. I'll go after black people. I'll go after brown people. I'll go after whoever's the guilty party. I'm going after them because I want you to know the truth. I want you to know the truth. See, but Anton has friendships with people of other nationalities. He can't do that. He'll be perceived like me, like I'm perceived. People come here and say, "Oh, can I come here because I'm white?" Of course, Sister Donna's here. Sister Donna's here, and all she gets is love from not only me, you guys too, right? But they come and troll me just because of the name of the show. I understand that. I mean, I get that. I just click, boom. Most of the time, you guys don't even see it. Boop, they're gone, right? But the point is, they can't really like I just addressed the situation with it. I really go into detail about it because I can't. That's because I don't click up with any of those guys. I mean, any of those manosphere guys, and I don't click up with anybody. I try to have a good relationship with everybody. You know what I mean? Except for people that's gunning for me. There's been one or two people gunning for me, so I leave them alone. I don't even go. Most of the people I go to their platform, and they have a live stream. I just do a lot drive by like. I like. I won't even jump in the chat. I just like their video, just to give them like to help them on their algorithm. Petway Boy, yeah, I don't watch them either. Yeah, see, they can't address none of the problems. They can bring up the problems, but ultimately, I'm going to tell you what it ends up being. It ends up being Anton giving this long, drawn-out answer, all-inclusive answer that skips over some major portions of the issue because he can't address it because he's got white subscribers. I got white subscribers too. So what? I mean, you got to tell the truth, right? I mean, nobody say nothing when I jump on the black subscribers. So nobody don't jump on when I jump on the white subscribers. I'm jumping on anybody that's guilty. I'll jump on myself if I'm the guilty party, right? They don't have that. They don't have that mentality over there. That's why they can't get anything done. Only thing they can do is entertain everybody, and that's cool. If that's what you're gonna do, just entertain people. That's cool. Say it. My problem with Lapeef is there's nobody to keep the situation from getting out of hand. JR Anton will not listen to JR. When Anton starts getting out of hand, Anton doesn't respect JR enough to listen to him. He feels like, hey, I'm just gonna keep going in. And even Rilla will even get to the point. I mean, I've seen Rilla recently get to the point where he don't respect anybody. He just say whatever he wants. I was watching and if you Rilla out there, he can hear this. You tell me if I'm lying. I got this thing backwards. Wait a minute, hold on, Sister Wanda. I understand why Rilla didn't want to talk about anything. The book, The 48 Laws of Power, says keep most of your thoughts to yourself. Yeah, but I mean, for what? I mean, we all know what's going on over there, but I get it, Sister Wanda. I get it. But why even come over here? If you're not gonna be open to discussing anything, why even come over here? Why even come over here if you're not open to discussing anything? That's what I don't understand. But anyway, so what was I talking about? Oh, Sister Wanda, you made me forget what I was talking about. I was going to go into something here. I'll pick it back up. Anyway, I was talking about Lapeef, and I was talking about how I saw Chicago Rilla. Now they had the Crimson Cure on there. They had the little sister. She's out there trying to do her thing. You know what I mean? And she tries to talk to sisters. She says she's a femininity coach. Okay, so she's out there talking to sisters and trying to get them back on the right track as far as being in a feminine stance when they're dealing with men. But so she was a guest on there. She haven't been back there. Why? Because Rilla was on there and Rilla started dropping MF bombs and F bombs on there, not even respecting this sister and the type of person she is that she's trying to be, the light she's trying to walk in. Really didn't respect that. Now, I wasn't going to even ask him about that in particular. I was going to ask him about the disrespect that they show. I wasn't even going to go into that. But maybe he perceived that that's where I was going, and he wasn't going to let me ask that question. But whatever. That was something that I saw on there where he dropping the F-bomb. He dropped the F-bombs on the whole panel. And you could see she was clearly embarrassed by it. She was embarrassed and put off. And I knew, once I saw her face, I knew she would never be back on that program. And she hasn't been back since. I knew she would never be back on that program. She hasn't been back there since. I didn't know Courtney was gone. I didn't know the situation with Courtney, but good for her, good for Tawana, and good for King. Good for everybody that left and that felt that they was done a wrong way. You know what I mean? I got no problem with Anton. I just, like I said, I don't like the way sometimes he treats the guests. And I don't like that the fact that really there's nobody there that can really stop that. But anyway, Petway Boy, that's why it's important to make a short, profound statement so that you can have a dialogue instead of being long-winded. Well, brother, most men want to hear their own voice. They feel good when they hear their own voice. I got a lot of people like that. I had somebody, Petway Boy, that was gunning for me. I kept going on these platforms, and they was gunning for me. I would see them on different platforms, and they was gunning for me. And I had to realize, okay, this person got it for me, because they don't even have to respond to me like they responded to me, and they trying to make it a problem. And I'm like, what's going on? So I'm always trying to be a diplomat, but the last time the person did that, I went at him, because I got the numbers on my side. I got the truth on my side. So I mean, you coming at me crazy, you just exposing yourself. But yeah, try not to be long-winded when you get on these panels, man, because everybody wants to talk, especially got 10, 12 people on there. Everybody wants to get a chance to talk. Sister Wanda, Kay and Anton won't allow any real discussion over there, just a lot of drama. Well, they all use the same tactic. They use the tactic that Chicago Rilla was using last night, which is deflection and derailment. They will deflect and derail you. So instead of them allowing you to set up a logical line of thinking and a logical thought, what they do is to keep interrupting you. Every time you set up something, they interrupt you. Let me tell you this. Hold on. Let me tell you this. Hold on. Let me tell you this. Right? They keep interrupting you because why? They're trying to stop you from setting up a logical thought. Kate does it to Rilla, and Anton does it to everybody. Right? Hold on. Let me say this. Wait a minute. I was talking, brother. Hold on. And then you try to talk again. So what ended up happening? King did it to Chef. King would not let Chef speak in a complete sentence. Would not let Chef make a complete sentence. I had never seen King do that like that. I was like, what's going on here? But why? Why? I don't know why. Hopefully I've talked to the brother about that. We can find out what's going on behind the scenes. But they use the same tactic. They all use the same tactics over there because they use them on each other. So they brought them over there. They brought them over to Jen's platform. They use the same tactic. They keep cutting you off. Really keep cutting you off. He won't let you set up the whole definitive argument. I think I got to say a complete sentence one time speaking to him, and he didn't even answer that question. And I ain't got nothing against no smoke for him, but I'm just saying they all use that same tactic. They use it on each other, and I kept trying to tell Anton that people don't want to see that. But obviously, there's some people that do want to see that because like he said, their channel is blowing up. So obviously, people do want to see that strife. But I'd rather have you guys than the strife watchers. That's why I got 4 people in here. I don't mind having 4 people in here. 4 good people is better than 10, 1,000, strife watchers. Because when they get down to it, when we start trying to have to, I say, okay, we need to pass this information on. Share it with somebody. I don't know. I didn't care with you. Just share it with somebody. Are they gonna do it? No, because they don't. They want strife. They don't want nobody that's actually coming with a healing. I'm trying to heal the situation. I don't have no doctorate degree, but I'm trying to heal, trying to help people heal. Sister Wanda, maybe he's coming over to King's show because deep down he's looking for friendship. I don't think Rilla is really friends with the Lapeef folks. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think he's looking for friendship. In my honest opinion, I think he's just trying to see what's going on other places. I think he enjoys seeing different types of setups. I think that, but I think he more just wants to see what they're saying about uh, him in particular. I don't think he's really interested in what's being, being friends with anybody. I don't think because he didn't. I didn't see that from him last night. I saw that he was really interested in shutting everybody down who wanted to ask him some serious questions about his his perspective. Nobody even wanted him to talk about Lapeef. I sure didn't. And I don't think Mr. O wanted him to talk about it. But he kept framing it like that's what we wanted, and we did not want that. I didn't, at least. Let me speak for myself. I don't think Mr. O did, but Mr. O can speak for himself. Shout out to Mr. O. But me, I did not want him to talk about Lapeef. I wanted him to talk about him, and I told him I wanted him to talk about him, but he would not allow it to happen. So once I realized that, Sister Wanda, I bounced. I said, I'm out of here, man, because what am I going to do here? I'm not going around the Mary. I'm not going to go around the mulberry bush with a grown man. I'm not going to do that. If he don't want to talk to me, if he don't feel confident enough to tell me the truth and just talk to me, then what am I doing? Why am I messing with him? Let him go do his thing, and I'll go do my thing. And it was nice to meet you, Chicago Rilla, but we didn't get nowhere. It's like we never even spoke. It's like we never even spoke, right? But as far as him needing friends, I don't know. You could be right, but I don't know the brother well enough to even know whether he needs friends or not. I don't know. Sister Wanda, Mr. Neely Fuller says, so-called black people need to stay away from each other unless they have something constructive to get done. That was my goal. My goal was to get something constructive done. You know what I mean? That was my goal. I don't think his goal was to do nothing constructive. I don't think, to be honest with you, I don't think it was King's goal to do anything constructive last night. I think King was like one of those pots that have crabs in them, and they boiling those crabs. He was just blowing off steam. He was just blowing off steam. Now, what put him in that position to do that? That's the question. It's not the fact that he did it. Why did he do it? See, we got to ask the right question. Why would a man who has so much going for himself come on that stage, that platform, and do something like that? Why? What was going on behind the scenes? So Chef made it clear there was a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, right? He made, hey, we talked earlier today, this and that, this and that. I saw it coming. I had no clue about none of that. I had no clue about none of that, right? That's why I don't try to break up these beefs anymore. I don't try to get in between these beefs anymore because there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes that I don't know about. And if you don't tell me a whole story, then I look stupid trying to put two people together that have major conflict behind the scenes that I don't know about. So that's why I leave it alone. I don't know what's going on. So the only thing I do is hope nobody gets hurt and hope that they resolve it in a respectful way. Sister Wanda, I'm a very direct person. I do not go around and around with folks. Yeah, me too, Sister Wanda. I guess when you get up into our age, I mean, I guess, we ain't got time to play with people no more. You know what I mean? Either you with the shit or you not. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't with the shit, then cool. I'm gonna just keep it moving. That's what happened to me last night, man. I saw Chicago Rilla was, he wasn't gonna let us get to a point where we could actually talk to him on a personal level. See, I wanted to talk to him on a personal level. I kind of got offended when he kept trying to make it sound like we were trying to make him, make him do something against Lapeef. That kind of offended me because I was like, man, we're not trying to do that. We're just trying to ask you some direct questions. And if you don't want to answer the questions, just say, hey, I don't want to answer no questions. I just came here to support Tawana. Okay, cool. Or I just came here to support Jen. Cool. Then bounce. Because we're going to ask you. If you hear and you say, oh, you can ask me whatever, then we're going to ask you, right? Sister Tawana, I also think my interaction with Tawana was a good example of conflict resolution. It was an excellent example of conflict resolution. This is what's needed between people. That's why I think you should be a horseman. You should get in there and try to, talk to King and try to get on there and be a regular on there if you can. I mean, because that was excellent. The way you diffused that situation was excellent. Because and Tawana also. But see, the way that was, that had two people that looked at it the right way. First, Tawana had to look at it the right. First, you had to look at it the way you looked at it, and then Tawana had to look at it and say to herself, "Hey, if this lady's upset with me, something's wrong. Let me at least hear her out." So I got to give props to Tawana, shout out to Tawana, because you know what, she had to look at it the right way too. She had to look at it the right way too. So two people have to look at it the right way for you to have good conflict resolution. But did that happen between Chef and King? No. So I'll tell you what my version of what happened. Okay. So now Chef comes out there and Chef says, "Hey," I mean not Chef, but King comes and says, "Hey, Chef, Tawana, this dude don't mess with you like that. He don't mess with you like that. He just playing with you. He playing with you. Stop being on his team. He just playing you. He playing you, right?" Now, let me ask y'all. Do y'all think that was something he should have said in public? Do y'all think he should have said that? He being King, should King have said that, something like that, in front of the public? In my opinion, no. That's my opinion. And King's my brother. And Chef's my brother. But I don't feel that King handled that situation. Or let me say it this way. He could have handled it a lot better. Even if he felt that way. I'm not saying that what he said was untrue, but did he handle it the right way? Did he handle it the right way? Could it have been handled a lot better? Because kind of the way he did it, he kind of put Chef and Tawana out there. And so Chef went one way, Tawana went the other way, right? Oh, that Green Bigot, good to see you good to see you in the building, Green Bigot. Good to see you in the building. Yeah, some things need to be behind closed doors. Yeah, see, and I think King could have handled that a lot better. King could have handled that a lot better, in my opinion. But none of us are perfect. I'm sure King could look back at some of my videos and say, "But Clarence, you could have handled something this, such and such and so and so a lot better." We just got to keep each other sharp, right? So King went in. He went on Chicago Rilla. He went in on Chef, and then him and Chef started going back and forth. And so that was a really off-putting thing, right? So Chef kind of wanted to respond to some of the stuff that King was saying. Chef didn't. I mean, King would not allow that to be established, and that was the first time I saw that from King. Because usually King is pretty open door type of open book type guy. Whatever you got to say, he's smart enough to deal with it. Whatever you come at him, he's smart enough to deal with it. But with Chef, he would not allow Chef to finish a sentence, and I thought that was really way out. So it made me think, man, there's something going on behind the scenes, man. Something's going on behind the scenes. Sister Wanda, I think I would have talked to Chef in private. That's what most men do. I'm gonna just be honest with you, Sister Wanda. Most men are gonna pull you to the side and say, "Hey, bro, this is, why are you dealing with this person?" Of all the times I have had disagreements with Daryl Long, I have never come out in front of you guys and showed that. I never have went at him in front of anyone. Even when I told him, hey, bruh, don't do this to this person, I still never. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. You know, just get mad because he keep on doing it. If he's in my camp, then I'll get him later. I'm just gonna try. I'm just gonna shut it down for right now, but I'll get him later. I'm not gonna go in on him on the battlefield. That's not when you go in on your people at the battlefield. No, when the battle starts, we got to get back to back, eye to eye, heart to heart, and we got to get busy. After the battle is over, then we got to go and say, hey, brother, what did you do? Why did you do that? I told you not to do that, man. Why are you doing that? Which is, me and Daryl have had many conversations like that. See, a person like E Black don't see that, man. He think, oh man, these guys, they just let this guy go and do whatever he want to do. No, bro, we most of us are behind the scenes saying, Daryl, man, you know what? You want to go after this person, go after that person, but don't go after their family. Leave their family alone. Okay, I won't. And then he even sniffed at the person said something about him. They won't even say his name directly. He even sniffed at it. Oh, brother, I had to do it. What can we do? I'm not his father. I can't. I can't do nothing to him. He's a grown man. I can't do nothing to him but make suggestions. So anyway, he should have, in my opinion, he should have talked to Chef in private, Sister Tawana. Sister Tawana, I know spoken with Tawana in public, but I had my mind to do fair because of my respect for her. Well, Sister Tawana, here's what you did that made that work. This is what you did that made that work. You showed her respect, even though you was upset with her. You showed her respect, and then when she came on, you didn't attack her. You came on and you tried. You made it like, hey, this is how you win in conflict resolution. You show the other person that we're a team. We're in this together, right? So you showed her, hey, sis, we in this together. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it with you, and I know you don't want it with me. Let's resolve this. I'm just telling you how I feel about it. And she was gracious enough to be handled it how she handled it. It made it, but Tawana, and I know Tawana. I seen Tawana get lit. So Tawana can get lit if she want to. But she must have been, you put her in a good place where she didn't feel she had to get lit. She was like, okay, I get it, and it made it work. But see, that's good that people see that you can resolve conflict. You ain't got to be all in each other's throats, right? Especially the females. You guys ain't got to be at each other's throats all the time. Sister Wanda, I spoke to Tawana in public. I said it might be fair. Oh, having respect makes the difference. Yeah, showing respect makes the difference too, right? And that's what I don't feel King did for Chef. I don't feel like he showed him that much respect in this situation because the way he addressed the situation and talked to him, it's kind of like Chef was a little kid. And what grown man? See, this is why I said. Now you heard me last night, Sister Wanda. I said it, and I'm gonna say it again today. When you're talking to these people on these live streams, you have to talk to them like they children are sitting right next to them and show them the respect that they would want to have shown to them if their children or their spouse or their significant other is right there. Because if you don't, see, you have you talking to people, man, and they're gonna take it how you give it. Like Chef was telling King, hey, I'm taking it how you giving it. King was telling him, no, you taking it the wrong way. Tawana took it this way. Chef was trying to tell him, hey, that's Tawana. But I'm taking it how you giving it to me, right? You can't control, if you throw something out there, you can't control how somebody gonna catch it, right? Sister Green Vegan, men eagles are fragile. They are very prideful. You know what? Sometimes, Sister Vegan, sometimes it's the ego, but sometimes it's just we all have a radius of respect that we need honored, right? Sometimes it's a physical radius, and then we also have a spiritual and emotional radius of respect that needs to be respected. And if this person steps into that radius and breaks that radius, then now we got a problem. Now we got a problem because now we feel disrespected. You ain't supposed to be in this space, right? You're not supposed to enter this space unless you're one of my intimate, close family members. You ain't supposed to be in this space. But here comes somebody you don't even know. They're addressing you like and talking to you like your little kid. Hey, that's gonna bother anybody. I think it will bother even the average woman, but let alone a man. And then a man that feels like, hey, I've been 10 toes down for you. I've been down for you since day one. I never asked for a dime. I never asked for a penny. And all I wanted to do was help you grow this thing. I wanted to create a space where people felt better. That's the type of dude I take Chef for. It wasn't about the money so much as it was the building something that people could be proud of coming and participating in, right? I think for King it was both. It was the money and making something. But I don't think Chef was really into the money part. I think it was about growing the garden part mostly. Not saying he not saying he didn't want no money, but I'm saying I don't think that was his driving factor. Sister Blaze Brown, as preparing our dinner, I've been listening. Is yesterday's stream up on Jim's page? I think so. I think so. It's the one where she was talking about Kevin Sales or Chaotic Truth. She's talking about Chaotic Truth and is he a simp or whatever, something like that. And by the time I got there, that wasn't even the conversation no more. It was a whole nother conversation. It was a whole nother conversation. So yeah, go check that out. Go check that out. Yeah, it's Jen's page. It's probably the last live stream that's up. Sister Blaze, Sister Wanda at Blaze. It's still up on Jen's page. It's like 7 hours, right? Sister Wanda, like 7 something hours. It's a long live stream. So you won't really get to the meat to the first 2 hours. It was cool. Well, it had some rocks, but it started getting lively after the first 2 hours. After you see me come on there, that's when it starts getting a little puffy on there. Sister Green making facts for sure. Thanks, Washington. Uh, Sister Warner, King's show won't be the same without Chef. Chef adds something that I will miss. Well, hopefully, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think if they willing to work it out, I think they can work it out. But you know, what would have to happen for that to work out? Chef would have to apologize publicly, and I'm gonna drop him a line about that. He would have to apologize publicly to Chef, but I don't think he sees it that way right now. I don't think he sees Chef as somebody he should apologize to. So how would that work? I don't know. You're right. King Show won't be the same without Chef. Chef adds something. He's the guy that actually is watering the garden. He's actually the one that actually waters the garden. King is the one that dug the ground out, put the box around the garden, and but Chef is actually the one that goes around watering all the seeds. So how's that gonna work? How's that gonna work? Because you bringing in an assassin like Daryl. You bring in an assassin like Daryl. How's that gonna work? Daryl is an assassin. So I don't know how's it gonna work. You give up somebody that tends the garden for an assassin. I don't know how's it gonna work, but I'm sure them two guys will figure it out because they're both smart guys. So. And Chef's a smart guy too, so he'll figure it out on his own, just like E Black figured it out on his own. Sister Blaze. Oh no, Chef and King on the outs. The balance is necessary. Yeah, you wait when you go see that, Sister Blaze. You'll see what we talking about. It got to be a real ugly situation, especially around the 6 hour, the 5.5 to 6 hour mark. It just really got really ugly situation, and it was sad, because I never seen King run at Chef like that. And I always thought those two guys' relationship was very solid. And I could tell that, Chef was really hurt Chef was really hurt. Chef is the type of dude that you could see. He's like me, it's difficult for us to cover up how we really feel about somebody, right? Or how we feel about a situation. And I could see that was Chef was really disturbed, very, very disturbed by that because he felt like at that point it seemed like it was a new awakening for him. It was a new understanding for him because up until that point he felt like there ain't nothing that could come between us that we can't resolve. I'm sure Chef and King don't agree on every topic, everything, but they always was stood down for each other, right? But I think that last night Chef had the realization that, man, maybe there is a issue, a situation where we can't resolve it. We can't resolve it because this is the way he feels about this, and and you can see the hurt in Chef's face. It was pretty sad. It was pretty sad. Sister Wanda, right? King is the sun and Chef is the water. Daryl is the storm. Yeah, Daryl is the lightning. Daryl is the lightning coming for your behind. So Daryl is coming to get you. And now when you got King, the sun, and the lightning, you got two ways you can be got. The sun can burn you up, and the storm can get you with the lightning. Nobody else is gonna be bringing that water, so I don't know. I don't know. Sister Blaze, I agree. Sun, water, and storm. E Black was the earth. Yeah, he was, but they found a way to get around E Black, so I'm sure they'll find a way to get around Chef. But I think the garden is gonna have a different look without Chef. I think it's gonna have a different look without Chef there. I think without somebody there. So Sister Wanda, maybe you might want to step in the Chef's role because they're gonna need somebody that brings that peace, that diplomat spirit to the situation, especially with Daryl there. Especially with Daryl there. So I think and the way King was moving last night, if King continues to be that way, and then he brings Daryl into the situation, I mean, they're gonna they're gonna be like Wakanda, man. Just all the arrows. You just see a row of arrows coming at everybody to guess, right? You see the arrows coming across the plains, right? So So he's gonna be nobody to say, "Well, hold on, that's enough arrows." You know what I mean? So, but yeah, it was an ugly situation. It was an ugly situation. Chef was definitely hurt by that situation, man, because he looked at it as, "What, man? What did I do to you, my brother, to put you in a position where you felt like you had to address me at this point this way?" Yeah, man. Blaze Brown, I agree. E Black is the earth. Yeah, E Black, but everybody's figuring it out. Everybody's figuring their own way. Black's figuring out his own way. Joe definitely made his own way. King has definitely made his own way, and Chef is working on his own way. So everybody has, did their own thing, man. You know what I mean? And what can you say? Sister Wanda, no one can fill Chef's role. Much respect to Chef. Yeah, shout out to Chef. I'm not saying you can fill his role, but you at least try to be the person that Chef, try to do what Chef was trying to do over there, which was try to keep some level of uh, diplomacy there. You know what I mean? Where everybody respected that. You know what I mean? No, nobody can fill Chef's shoes. Absolutely. I couldn't even go there and fill Chef's shoes. No, there was nobody. Chef does something to that garden that nobody else can do. You know what I mean? So I wonder what that's going to look like if he's not there. So we'll see. Sister Blaze, I sometimes think business moves are made on YouTube channels. Respect is essential. Yeah, well, that's what most people, most people make it business. And King made it clear that this was just business. He made it clear it was just business. He said straight out, he said several times, I don't know any of these people. He said, I just met these people. I don't know them, right? But that's what held me up because I said to myself, okay, he's saying he don't know these people, so he don't owe them no loyalty. Yet you expecting Chef to be loyal to you, and you just met him a couple weeks ago. How's that work? It's okay for you to not be loyal to him, but it's not okay for him to not be loyal to you because you got a problem with Rilla. He's supposed to have a problem with Rilla. And because he don't have a problem with Rilla because you got a problem with Rilla, he ain't being loyal to you. But you can say in the same breath, I don't know these people, so I don't have no loyalty to them. I'm about the bag. Basically Anton's whole scenario, right? I'm about the bag. I came here for the money and the impact I could make on the community, right? Cool, that's no problem. But we were sad to see you and your boy get into it. We were sad to see that, man. That was a real sad situation. And the way y'all got into it, I couldn't say the way, but the way y'all got into it, where we saw the respect get thrown in the street. It was, and he still tried to respect you. That was a sad thing, man. We didn't want to see that, King. So hopefully, man, I'll try to holler at you later, man, because I can see you probably really dealing with a lot right now. I ain't never seen you in that mental space that you was in last night. So maybe I'll give you some time to get over that, and then we'll see what else you're gonna do. I'll try to holler at you behind the scenes. Sister Wanda, but people act differently behind their keyboards and say things on the panel they would not say in public. Yeah, that's true, Sister Wanda. That's true. People say things that they normally wouldn't say in public, but but I think King kind of overstepped himself. I think King the respect level, excuse me, the respect level he showed Chef last night. I don't think it was too high. I think being somebody that been in the trenches with him since the beginning and dropped where everything he was doing to try to make things work. I think he I think Chef deserved a lot better respect than that. That's what I feel. That's what I feel. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but that's how I feel. Sister Blaze, can Chef retrieve his comment from King's channel and continue his YouTube journey? I would support his journey. Chef has his own channel, Sister Blaze. So, you can go follow him. Matter of fact, go follow all these guys. Go follow King, go follow Chef, go follow the Peak, the Mothership, go follow Rilla. Well, Rilla said he don't have a page. Go follow Daryl, go follow Anton, go follow all these people. And you make your own conclusion on what should do. Go follow Mr. O, go follow Jen, go follow everybody that was, on the panel that's, you know, go follow Mr. Best in the world, go follow M3, knowledge in relationships, go follow all these people. Because, you see, I'm telling y'all my version of it. Maybe you go see the video and you have a whole different version. But class, we crazy. What you talking about? But I'm just telling you my version of the story. But yeah, Chef has his own channel, Sister Blaze. I'm subscribed to Chef. You go subscribe to him. I'm subscribed to E Black. Go subscribe to E Black. Go subscribe to everybody, and you make your own decision. What you think. I didn't even know Mayat had a channel. Go subscribe to Mayat. Go subscribe to everybody who got a channel. You know what I mean? Then you make your own decision on what you want to do. Sister Keisha, but Clarence, I love King to death. Me too. I love King. He's a good dude. At heart, inside, he's a good dude. I don't know what led him to the craziness he did last night, but he's a good dude at heart. I can see that. I am definitely one of his day one fans. But I was one of his fans when he was on the Pink, on the Mothership. But after the live with JP, I recognize a spirit that King carries that I know all too well, and nobody is off limits. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, King's the type of guy that he may not say nothing at first. He's the kind of guy that's going to watch how you move, and then once he got a clear idea of how you move, then he's gonna address you, in my opinion. So yeah, I agree. I agree. He's gonna definitely watch how the person moves, and then he's gonna say, okay, now based on the way this person moves, I need to address X, Y, and Z, and then that's when he's gonna address it. So he's not the type of guy that's gonna address it up front. He's gonna address it, after he sees how the person they mo. Sister Wanda, I wonder how much Anton and King might be more alike than they are different. Might be where they clashed. Yeah, but see, I tried to tell him, man, watch yourself. I told him a while ago. I told him, but he didn't even hear me. I told him, I said, watch yourself. You don't want to bring the stuff that was going on over here. You got a good product. Don't bring that stuff over here. But it got there. It got there, and I don't know why it got there, but I know Chicago Rilla was laughing himself all the way to the bank, right? Rilla was probably laughing himself all the way to the bank. And not to say that Rilla wanted something bad to happen, but I mean, after he felt that they was attacking him and now they're attacking each other, he probably was like, that's what they get for attacking me, right? Maybe. I don't know. I didn't talk to the brother, like I said. I didn't talk to the brother. He would allow me to set up anything on him. Sister Wanda at Blaze Brown. Chef has a channel. I'm there almost every stream. It's good. Yeah, Chef's got a good channel. You know what I mean? He got, regular guys there. Vic, Mr. Best in the World, a couple other regular guys there. So, one community. Go. Shout out to all of those guys. And if you can, if you can find their channels, go subscribe to them and just see for yourself what they're talking about. That Green Vegan. Yeah, I see you. Miss Green Vegan. Sister Wanda, where is JP these days? Haven't seen her. I've seen her on Facebook a couple times, you know what I mean? But I think she's got some issues she's dealing with, some personal issues, and she's not in a place where she wants to, be on camera and stuff right now. So, but so far I've seen her a couple times. Like I saw her like a couple of days ago. She put a video out. So, you know what I mean? I used to check with her, but I see Daryl checking in on her. See, from Facebook, I can see that Daryl is checking in on her. So when I see Daryl checking in on her, I say, okay, well, she's okay. Because Daryl checked in and she responds back to him. So they're good. So far, so good, I should say. Sister Blaze, wow, 6 or 7 hours. I may break up the time to watch. Yeah, it's a long live stream, but man, it has so many twists and turns in it. It has so many twists and turns in it, man. So yeah, definitely you need to set aside some real time to watch it because it's got a lot of twists and turns from beginning to end. From beginning to end, it's got so much. But the real heat comes when Chicago Rilla comes on the stage. When Chicago Rilla comes on, that's when the real heat comes. And I forgot it's around at least halfway through before he actually gets there. But like I said, hopefully, they'll be able to patch things up. I have hope that they can patch things up. That Green Vegan, I was enjoying the content. It makes me sad that all this happened. All that happened. That's why I'm telling you guys, don't pick sides. Don't pick sides. I don't pick no sides with nobody. Those guys are not cool with a chef. King is not cool with the TLA. Jen is not cool with TLA, but I am. I'm cool with TLA. They call him the lady attorney, right? I'm cool. I don't have no problem. Me and Daryl, once Daryl saw that the lead attorney got some game that he could give him about that child support and all that, Daryl kind of said, okay, I know King is upset with him, but I'm good. I don't have to be upset with him, right? So I'm right there. I'm not gonna take sides on the beef, just like this thing with Chef and King. I love both of those. I love both of those brothers. So I'm not I'm not willing to pick one over the other one. You know what I mean? Hey, I'm not willing to pick one over the other one. If you know if they have a problem with each other, they're grown men. They can work it out. But I'm like I said like Snoop said to Tupac, "Hey, just because you got a problem with Death Row, with Bad Boy, don't mean I got a problem with Bad Boy. I'm cool. So I'm not gonna let your thing with them stop me from going to the East Coast making money. That's not gonna work. With me, it ain't even about money. It's just I'd rather have the relationship. If you have good relationships, money will come. But I'd rather have the relationships. You know what I mean? So you know, man, it was an ugly situation. It was a definitely ugly situation, and the interpretation I got, you guys tell me, you guys Blaze and Wanda, you guys were there. I don't know if you were there, Green Biggin, but you guys tell me if I'm wrong. My interpretation was Chef will not be back on the King for conversation because King was making it clear. Even in the end, King said, "Don't say kings plural. It's king one singular. King with conversation." He made that clear. He made that clear. Sister Blaze, King made himself clear. Business is the goal. Yeah, and it ain't like that's been new. I mean, he's always said that. He said, "Hey, let's just get this money. Let's just get monetized." Okay, now you monetized. What's gonna happen now? Now you monetized and you two horsemen down. Okay, now you might say, what's gonna happen now? See, when I saw what happened with Chef and King, that made me say, wow, wow, what really was going on behind the scenes to have these brothers at each other like that? I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know. But it ain't none of my business. So it ain't none of my business. I'm only gonna speak to King because I want to help the brother to realize that that wasn't a good look. That's all. You know, I'm not gonna tell him you got to make up with Chef. That's on him and that's on Chef. I would just contact him and say, hey, brother, that wasn't a good look. You could have got to the brother behind the scenes, and people would have accepted that better. Sister Wanna, I was disappointed with TLA for calling Jen a racist in public, though. I still watch TLA, but I will never forget how he did Jen. I didn't like that either, but like I said, I don't get in the middle of stuff like that. Jen is well equipped to talk for herself. She's well equipped to talk for herself, so she did that. But at the time, I didn't even know Jen. At the time, I had never even seen her, so I didn't know, and so I had to check for myself to see if that was true. I had to check to see for myself if that was true, and I didn't see it like that, so I didn't ride with that with TLA. So when everybody was making all these videos attacking her, I was like, nah, I'm not, I ain't feeling that because I didn't see that. I saw him, TLA, maybe catch something she said and misinterpret it or whatever. Maybe he did it on purpose. Maybe he did. I don't know. TLA is a cunning guy, very cunning. So I don't know what he did that for. But like I said, I didn't know Jen at the time, so I didn't know whether it was true or not. I had to investigate for myself to see. And I didn't see any major signs like that. I didn't see anything like that. So, she got some things like saying the N word and stuff like that. But I go at black people for doing that. So it's not no big deal. But I mean, to say she's a racist, how could she be a racist? That's like saying, that's like saying black people are anti-Semitic. How can you be anti-Semitic when you're a Semitic people? how can you be anti-Semitic? But man, people use code words for their own agendas. I don't know what TLA's agenda was for doing that, but hey, we all grown. TLA went after me, and did nobody did nobody fight for me? I had to fight for myself and send a brother a letter saying that was effed up what you did to me on the channel. you made me look like XYZ. And so what he did to me was he hit me back the same day, about 10 or 15 minutes later, saying, "Brother, come on the channel. I'll apologize to you because that wasn't what I was trying to do. Maybe we just crossed each other's signals." And that's what he did to me. And TLA gave me my first Cash App, $50. I can't be mad at that. Even though I don't agree with everything TLA said, I couldn't be mad at that. I couldn't be mad at that. So unless if TLA ever asked me, "Hey, what do you think about Jen? Do you think Jen's a racist?" I could honestly answer that by saying, "I don't think so. No, I don't think so. How could she be? She's black people. How could she be racist?" What she could be is, what y'all could say is, she's like Anton, but she just turned her back on the people. But I don't even see that. But to call her racist, how can she be racist when she's part of the clique? I don't get that. But anyway, that's me. Sister Wanda, Chef will not be back without a public, heartfelt apology. I agree with that. I don't see no way Chef coming back after what happened to him last night. The brother was so hurt. He was so hurt. And I just he was trying to find the words to encapsulate the hurt that, but he couldn't even find it wasn't even words in English to respond to what the hurt that the man was feeling, and to try to at the same time try to respond to King. And then on top of that, King was not letting him have put together, construct a complete sentence. It was just a bad look. It was a bad look all the way around. It was a bad look all the way around. So imagine somebody who you consider a friend, you admire him and his family, and this person is publicly admonishing you for having a relationship with somebody that they got a problem with. How does that work? How does that work? I mean, that's how Chef felt about it. And King is my dude, but that's how he felt. Loverboy Linsky, glad to have you in the building, man. We as the garden should make sure King and Chef get back to normal and continue the live streams. I don't know, brother. I don't know. When two big shots like that start going at each other, maybe y'all should encourage it, but I don't know how you're gonna make sure they're gonna do it. Because once you step on a man's public persona, I think it's gonna be difficult to get them back together without King showing the same amount of vulnerability. I just don't see it. And I don't see that from King right now. I don't see that King. Well, based on last night, maybe King got some sleep, slept on it, thought about it, said, "Man, wow, I could have handled that differently. Okay, why don't I do it? This is how I'll try to rectify the situation." Who knows? They might be on the phone talking to each other right now. We don't know. Sister Wanda, Brother Clarence, I really enjoyed King, but be careful with King. He might cuss you out. Oh, that's okay. He almost got at me last night too. He almost got at me last night too, because see what happened was he was talking about Anton's family, and not discussing them directly, but just mentioning them in passing. And I said to him, whoa. I was trying to tell him that, don't even mention them in passing, because somebody gonna clip you and take it over to him and take it over to Anton and say, "Yeah, them dudes over there, they talking about your wife and your kids." Now all of them talking about it, not just Gerald, all of them talking about it. See, I was trying to get him not to had it happen to him by even mentioning them. But he said, no. If you do that, then if you tell me to don't talk about it, then people are gonna think I'm actually directly talking about her. So I said, okay. And but I said, okay, I left it alone. I let him rock with what he was rocking with, because what could I do? There was nothing I could say to him. He's a grown man in his house where he pays the bills. What could I say to this man? You know what I'm saying? The one who probably could have talked him off the ledge was Jen, but Jen must know some stuff that was going on behind the scenes as well. She let him go on. So, Sister Water, what did TLA say to you that was wrong? I came on there one day talking about getting ready to tell them about Boyce Watkins, he was talking about Boyce Watkins one day, and I came on there to agree with them about a few things about Boyce Watkins. I was going to agree with them. I wasn't agreeing. I was just going to say that yes, I don't agree that most men should walk into stepfatherhood because most men aren't mature enough to do it to a certain age. So I was getting ready to talk about that. He the lead attorney thought I was coming on to defend Boyce Watkins against his attacks. So whenever I said something, the lead attorney was making it like he's good. He was taking what I said, creating a whole nother argument, and then charging me with the argument that he made up. Not what I had originally said, but now he's making up a whole nother argument based on what I had said to charge me with it. He was doing that so fast. See, I know what Chef was going through because I went through the same thing with the lead attorney. What happens is you think that you think that this person is a cool person. You think they cool to you, right? And then they just they stab you in the back, right? So you are thinking to yourself, what happened here? But but it's real time. So you see people like Chef was like trying to find his word because you in real time in your brain, you're saying, what did I do to have this person do this to me? This ain't right. I didn't come here to fight with this person. I came to show this person that I'm with them. And this is how they talking to me. I came here to show you I'm with you, and this how you did me. That's what happened to me with the lead attorney. I was like, what? I was totally caught off guard, like Chef was last night. I was totally caught off guard, right? He made me look like I was coming up there to defend Boyce Watkins, and I was stupid. He even made a movie. He even made a video about it, making me look like I was just this complete idiot coming up to defend Boyce Watkins when I wasn't. That wasn't even what I was there. So when I saw the video, I got even hotter. I sent him an email saying, "Yo, brother, you did me wrong. You did me wrong." And then you know what I really did, Sister Wanda. Sometimes these people don't know who they messing with. They don't know who they messing with. I cooked the lead attorney so good in a video, man. I had to get rid of it. If I'd have played that video, man, I have 100,000 followers right now, just off the drama that I put out there. But he said, no, he said, upload it. After we talked about it, we figured out that, hey, we just had a misconnection. He said, no, man, go upload it. Go upload it. I said, no, I can't upload this one. I went for your throat and I got it. I upload this video, man. I just decapitated you. I said, I'm not going to do that to you, brother. At that time, he probably had about 20,000 subscribers, something like that. I said, I ain't going to do this to you, man. I said, no. I said, you doing good. Let's just let it go like this. I said, you leave your video up. I said, but that's okay. He said, brother, will you please come on the channel? I will apologize to you publicly. He said, I'll apologize to you publicly. Now, Jen could have did the same thing. Jen could have sent him a letter and said, hey, you characterized me this way. So, I feel like you mischaracterized me. And then he could have brought her back on, right? But she didn't do that. That's what I did. I didn't let it slide. I said something to him. I didn't make because the video I made, that would have been done. The lead attorney would have been done. That I cooked him so good that would have been, or it wouldn't have been. He wouldn't have been done. Rather, he would have just been. It would have been something that his people would have tried to come at me, and I would have got so many followers and views and likes out of it. It wasn't worth it to me to throw away his sincerity for trying to squash the situation. Hope that answered your question, Sister Wanda. Sister Wanda, did you find it curious that King said to E Black that he could not take E Black's side, yet he wanted Chef to take his side about really? That's what I'm saying. He said, hey, you know what? I don't even know these guys, including Chef. I don't know these guys. I just met Chef 8 weeks ago. But, so I'm not going to pick a side. I'm not going to do nothing. Okay, I don't know these guys. But yet, you want guys that don't know you to be on your side. That didn't make no sense to me. That's when I knew See, I know King's way smarter than that. So I knew something was going on. Something is behind the scenes, right? Because King is way smarter than to use conflicted logic like that, right? So I was like, what's going on? Something has to be going on behind the scenes, right? Sister Wanda, most people are cool with you as long as you think like them and do as they say. I've learned this. Yeah, most people, especially alpha dogs. Alpha dogs don't want nobody rocking the boat. But the problem is, you get too many alpha dogs in a room together, you're gonna have a fight. You're gonna have a fight on your hands. A fight's gonna break out. You can't have a bunch of alpha dogs together. They have to be separate. That's why it's usually only one alpha dog in the pack, because you can't have a bunch of alpha dogs. You have a bunch of alpha dogs in the room, somebody's gonna step on somebody somewhere. Sister Keisha, laugh out loud, Brother Clarence. People just don't know. Yeah, they don't know. They don't know. Let me tell you, Sister Keisha. I cooked this dude like Gordon Ramsay. Cooked him. Cooked him. If I release that video right now, I get 100,000 views on it. Just off of me going off on him the way I was going off on him. I broke every rule in the book of common decency. I broke every rule in the book of common decency. I had no slack for the lead attorney on that video. That's why I told him, I said, man, I'm not going to do that. You can leave yours up about me, because at least, the language is digestible. Me, I was cussing and fussing on that video that I made of him. No way he would have, no way, no, we would still be going back and forth on it right now if I released that video. So but you know what made me really put that away is his sincerity. The sincere way he said to me, hey bro, he said, you know what? I hold my position on voice, but I didn't mean to mischaracterize you. Come on back to my spot, and I'll apologize unto you. And not only did he apologize that time, every time I came on his channel, he would apologize to me. He apologized to me about 3 or 4 times in public. And it was sincere. I could tell it was sincere. That's why I respected him. I'm not saying I agree with everything he did or everything he does or says. I don't. But I respected that. And I have to respect that. So, you know what I'm saying? That's why it didn't go no further with me and him. Because he, apologized to me publicly. Sister Wanda, I saw TLA's true nature when he did that to Jen. You know what? I saw a lot of stuff when he came at me. And but like I said, I ain't letting you come at me and not come back. I'm coming at you. I'm not making no video. I'm gonna talk to you. I'm going to go talk to you. So Jim made videos about this lead attorney. That's cool and that's well and all that. You know what I mean? But I'm going to go talk to you. So I went to talk to him, and he said to me, I will apologize to you. So that's where I'm at. And Jacob did the same thing. Hey, what's going on? And I'm sure if she would have came and said, hey, you mischaracterized me, this is the situation, he probably would have apologized to her, just on the strength of her stepping back to it. But she didn't handle it that way. She chose to fire off videos at him. Okay. That's the way she handled it. I handled my situation different because I'm a man. And if it's another man, I'm gonna go to the man and talk to the man and say, what's up, brother? What happened? Like I did with him. I said, hey, what's going on? You mischaracterized me and you did it on purpose. That's why I went off on him. I said, I ain't gonna mess with you no more, man, because I could see you ain't about this, you about that, and blah, 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 blah. He said, wait a minute, brother. Wait a minute. He said, maybe I did mischaracterize you. He said, maybe I did. He said, but I'm willing to apologize to you. So come on the show. So that's what happened with me. So I can't speak for Jen, how she handled the situation. For me, I'm the type of person, I'm not going to do a live stream about you. I'm going to you. Like me, I'm not gonna do no live stream about Chicago Rilla. If I need to talk to him about something, I would talk to him. If I ever got the opportunity to talk to him, I would talk to him. But obviously, we don't have anything to talk about because he ain't trying to get to me. We both could get to each other if we really wanted to, but he ain't, he ain't got nothing to talk to me about, and I really ain't got nothing to talk to him about. He ain't stepping on our people the way, if he was way out of pocket, maybe I would, but he's just over there on the mothership doing his thing. He's not affecting me. He's not speaking about me. I'm not speaking about him, except for because we was on the show last night. I'm referencing what's happened last night, but other than that, I don't talk about Chicago really. I don't talk about him. Peace to him. Shout out to Chicago really. I don't talk about him. Sister Wanda, yes, TLA gave you an apology, but he continued to apologize in the public. I find that a little self-promotional, but I'm happy you're satisfied. I'm satisfied because I got what Chef was looking for last night, which is a public apology. Whether I think it's sincere or not, I did think it was sincere coming from the TLA because I let him know, man. I said that was some effed up ish you did to me. That was effed up. Now you got your people after me too. When I wasn't even in that space. I said, you created that situation. And I mean, I went in to tell him, and I said, I'll tell you to your face, right? I mean, we went in, right? But he was the one that said, you know what, Clarence, let me publicly apologize. I had to respect that. Now, if Jen didn't handle it that way, that's on him. You know what I'm saying? That's on her, how she handled it. She's a grown woman. She can handle it the way she want to handle it. She want to throw videos at him, then throw videos at him. Cool. I'm gonna go to the person. Just like if King said something about me, I wouldn't say nothing about King. I wouldn't make no video about King. I'd be on the phone trying to catch up to King. I'd be behind the wall trying to catch up to him. I'm not gonna. But see, that's how real men will handle it. They'll go to the person and say, "Hey, what happened? Do you really feel this way?" Because sometimes you can take people out of context. Do you really feel this way? Oh, you do? Okay, cool, no problem. Now I can start throwing videos at you. But with me and TLA, it was a misunderstanding. He misunderstood my position, and he made a mistake on it. It's like I believe he misunderstood Jen's position, but nobody held him to task on that. Nobody went to her. Well, she never went to her own defense for that. So her way of handling was going out and making videos, which is, I mean, that's the average YouTuber is going to do, is just make videos about you. Okay, cool. That's how they handle it. But me, I'm a more direct person. I spent too many times in these streets out here to not know to go to a man that when you got a conflict with a man, you go to that man and you talk to him, or at least you attempt to talk to him. If he don't want to talk to you, then that's up to him. But you at least try to talk to him. He was more than gracious with me and realized that he was in the wrong the way he handled that situation, and was very sincere about it. I wasn't like, man, you better apologize. I didn't do none of that because I wasn't even asking for an apology. I was just that email. I was going in on them. Blaze Brown. I follow most of them, but don't listen to all their content. Protect your energy. I subscribe to YouTube, not my man, and will not allow YouTube to affect space in our home. Yeah, that's good teaching, Blaze Brown. That's good teaching. That's good teaching. Take the meat from the shaft. Do what you can with it, and then the rest of it, let it go. Let it go. Sister Green Vegan, yes, Blaze Brown, protect your peace. Yeah, you got to protect your peace, man, because it's all kind of people coming at you, and they coming at you, and you got to be ready, to protect your peace. Sister Blaze Brown, as an entrepreneur, I notice business moves. Some folk are getting monetized while others haven't reached such status. It's all business recognized. Yeah, I'm one of the ones that's I'm not gonna get monetized for a long time. It'll probably be another year or so for me. But I understand why, because I discuss issues that nobody wants to discuss. When I say nobody wants to discuss, the rest of them can't discuss them. They're not discussing those issues. You know, they don't discuss them. And the reason why they don't discuss them is because they have business interests between each other that makes them they can't discuss the business. They can't discuss it, so they have to dance around it. Like on the mothership, they have to dance around everything. Why? Because Anton has relationships with people, business relationships with people. He's got people in his Patreon that if he shows uh, allegiance to one party or the other, or showing an aversion to one party or the other, that's gonna hurt his business. Then he's gonna have to explain. Well, I gotta explain why I think that black people. I'm trying to help white people, black people move this way. As much. Not to say you shouldn't help white people. You should help anybody who needs help, but you should help the people that's in the front of the line of needing help. That's my point. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? And so yeah, don't worry about Sister Blade. Don't worry about people like myself that aren't getting monetized. That's okay. It's okay. We just sit back in the cut. I'm still telling my truth. So you know why? Because if your children ever run across one of my videos, you ain't got to worry. Oh, turn that off. You ain't got to worry about it. They're gonna get to all the truth. They're gonna learn about Black history. They're gonna learn about, you know, looking out for freaks and weirdos. They're gonna learn about the news, and they're gonna learn about how to discuss difficult subjects without having to use vulgar language. They're gonna learn all that stuff watching one of my videos. So I'm not cool. You know, I call that other space the kumbaya space, where they all hugging each other and telling each other how great they are. That's cool. That's cool. This is the mud right here, man. I'm 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 looking for survivors. I'm walking through the rubble looking for survivors. So whoever will come, let him come and her come. You know what I'm saying? We that's what we doing here. That's what we about here. So I'm not saying y'all you gotta just listen to Brother Clark. No, you go listen to other people. Sometimes you need to go laugh. Sometimes you need to go cry. Sometimes you need to talk about different, you know, peripheral situations. And sometimes you need to talk about real stuff. This is where we gonna go the deepest out of anybody you talking to. Go check them out. We gonna go the deepest out of anybody you talking to about any subject, and you can bring up the subject. You guys can hit me up. You guys got my email. Go to my page, click about. You have my email address right there. You guys can email me and tell me, hey, we want to talk about this subject. Brother Clarence, will you touch on this? Right? I'll talk about whatever, but I'm gonna give you a thoroughfare through it. We're gonna talk about it for real. So that's what we're doing over here. You know, a lot of times we don't talk about those simple subjects. Green vegan, thanks, peace, and prayer. Yeah, we don't talk about the simple subjects. A lot of them talk about, well, not simple subjects, but a lot of the subjects that they talk about over in that space, because that's them. They ain't trying to take a deep dive on nothing. They tell you they're taking a deep dive, like Anton, we're gonna take a deep dive. You ain't taking no deep dive. He's telling you his opinion. His opinion. Based on the current setup, he's telling you his opinion. Cool, no problem. But when you really want to know how to make your relationships work, when you really want to learn how to move among other people in a peaceful and productive manner, got to come here. Got to come here. If you really want that game, you got to come here, because ain't nobody else. They got relationships that they can't they can't juggle, because they're making money. And good for them. I ain't got nothing against them. I'm just saying, let them make their money. I said, but I will make my money in the long run, telling you the truth. Telling you the truth. I'll make my money in the long run. So I ain't in no hurry like the rest of them. I mean, we gotta get to 1,000 so we can get monetized. I'm not even in a hurry. Let them do it. I was eating way before YouTube came, and I'll still be eating, even if YouTube crashed right this second. I'll be eating still. I got it good. So God has been good to me. Man, I can't even complain. I can't even. If I had to tell you in English how good God was to me, has been to me, there ain't no words that can match it. There ain't no words that can match. I can't match words. I got to use the next best thing. God was good to me. That don't even scratch the surface of how good God was to me. But I got to say it in words that Joe and my brain can understand. There's some things in the higher understanding that don't translate to the English language. There ain't no word for it in English language. That's how good God been to me. There is no word to match it. But I say the word good because you can understand what good means. I'm going off again, Sister Wanda. Sister Wanda, I don't always agree with you, Brother Clarence. I appreciate that, Sister Wanda. However, I have so much respect for you and how you move through the YouTube streets and your content. And likewise, Sister Wanda, likewise, me and you have been on other sides of different things, right? But we always show each other much respect, man, respect. And like you did to Tawana last night, even though you was upset with her, you still showed her the massive amount of respect, and she had no choice. Now, I mean, not like she was going to disrespect you anyway, because Tawana's really not the type of person, but she had no choice. You put her in a position where she had no choice but to show you the utmost respect back, and so that's what happened. That's what happened. That green vegan, I understand. I prefer quality over quantity. Yes, I think it's hurting my channel, but I have faith in God, and it will happen if it's meant to be. Yeah, man. Don't listen, Sister Vegan. Don't worry. You know what? All you gotta do, keep putting up good content. Keep putting up good content. Cause see, what happens is, what they don't tell you is, see, like me, they playing with me. YouTube, they playing with me. They don't know where to put me, but once they know how to put you, and the algorithm hits you, once the algorithm, look at the TLA. When I first got it, I think he had 15 to 20,000 subscribers. Now he's got 100,000. Holy smokes! When that algorithm hits you, you know who's another person? Let me tell you who's a person that the algorithm really hit him, and he just exploded. The Poor Man's Podcast. Go check out the Poor Man's Podcast. When I first subscribed to the Poor Man's Podcast, he had about 2,500 subscribers. People would get on his live streams and clown him. They would get on his live streams and troll his brother. The brother's got 200,000 subscribers now. He got money coming out of his ears. But what happened? What happened, Sister Vegan? He kept on it. He kept making that good content. He kept making good content. And then the algorithm caught him. Boom! The algorithm is like that tsunami. Once that tsunami catches your surfboard, it just carries you across. It carries you across. Once they categorize you where you will get the most views, boom. So don't get discouraged. I know it's discouraging, right? You see other people, they passing you up. Look at me, they passing me up. They go, and they ain't even talking about, a lot of them ain't even talking about nothing, right? They talking about, they're talking about the stuff in the kumbaya space. I can't get discouraged because I'm doing something here. I'm trying to teach the people. I'm trying to help the people, and I want to have. And what happens, Sister Vegan, is once you get caught in the algorithm, what happens is the people start binge watching your product. They start binge watching your page. They start binge watching you, and then you really start picking up subscribers because they start sharing it and everything. You really start picking up subscribers. So just keep making that good content and put your page out here. Put your page out here so we can subscribe to it. I'll go subscribe to it right now. Put your page out there, Sister Green Vegan. Sister Blaze. Occasionally, I support by allowing certain channels to flow as I do other things. This is one of those times. Yeah, Sister Blaze, we appreciate you. I know you got things to do. You got family to take care of. I appreciate you. But like I said, I always try to do my broadcast like you washing dishes in front of the children, because I want you to be able to do that kind of stuff and not have to worry about, oh no, I got to turn Brother Clarence off because he out there talking and calling women bees and hoes and this and that. No, you ain't got to worry about that. You ain't got to worry about that. You ain't got to worry about that. Sister Wanda, God is so good. Sister Wanda, I'd be dead right now. I should have been dead about 3 or 4 times. And God is just, for some reason. So I'm took it to believe I got work to do. I got work to do. So I'm on my post. I'm trying to be on my post. Sister Wanda, and Sister Vegan, what's your channel called? Yes, Sister Vegan, put it out there. Put it out there. Is that Green Vegan? No, Sister Vegan, give us the link. Give us the link so we can just click on it. Bam, we're out of here. We can go right over there. Sister Keisha, yes, Brother Clarence, our Father is amazing. Yeah. By whatever name you call him. As long as you understand the oneness of God, man, cool. Cool. You know what I'm saying? It's about understanding and being thankful for what you got. Be thankful. Be thankful. Be thankful for the friends you got. Be thankful for the people you got in your life, your children, your parents, your significant other if you got one. Be thankful. Man, this life, man, look at these people in Illinois, man. Tornadoes coming in and tearing up Amazon warehouse, 6, 7 people dead. Imagine that you go to work one morning and you're dead. See, people don't think, man, you don't think, man, I got to be thankful. You thankful you ain't got to be in that situation. You ain't in that situation. Or you like JP, you got to bury a loved one. Got to be thankful. Got to be thankful. God is amazing. God is amazing. That's another word. That's the best word we can use, right? But how can you, there is no word in the English language you could put on the mercy of God. There is no word in the English language. How beautiful of a person or how beautiful of a spirit God has allowed us to get to know his spirit. What word can we use? Does English even have a word like that? No. Doesn't even encapsulate that. But we do our best, right? We do our best. But just acknowledging that in our spirit, that's good. You know what I'm saying? Be thankful. Be smart. Be thankful. If you just be those 2 things, your life will be so much easier. Your life will be so much easier. Be smart. Don't put yourself in bad situations. We were talking about cheating earlier. Cheating is a bad situation, man. But people make the mistake of doing it. I know I've made every mistake possible. Every mistake possible. Every mistake possible. I didn't get this information out of no book. I got this information from being, almost in my grave. Sister Green Vegan, I know that Poor Man Podcast, I was one of his first. He changed, and like Blaze Brown, I had to stop watching to protect my peace. Well, cool. I mean, I'm not telling you. That's why I say go. You subscribe to everybody, and then you decide who best vibrates at your same resonance. You decide for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes Brother Clarence gonna say something you ain't gonna like. Sometimes Brother Clarence gonna say some things you are gonna like. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying everybody. I'm not saying all the people I mentioned that I told you guys to go subscribe to. I don't agree with everything all of those guys say every time, every day. I don't even agree with TLA all the time. I don't even agree with Kevin Samuels all the time. I said that publicly on videos. You know what I'm saying? You got to decide for yourself. You got to decide for yourself what you're going to do. Sister Blaze, Good for you at the Green Big. Yeah, good for you. You know what I'm saying? I, Sister Green Big, and I was talking about how he blew up so quickly. Like I remember when he only had 2,500 subscribers, and then boom, he was out of here. He hit 20,000, then 50,000, then 75, then 100, then he was just out of here. Why? My point is being about that is the algorithm, that YouTube algorithm. When that YouTube algorithm hits you, it's like a tsunami. It just take your channel over, right? And now the dude's got money coming out of his ears, right? I doubt if he even has a regular job anymore. Sister Don Frank, you are absolutely the sponsor of this show, Sister Don. Hello and peace to you. You are, if you look down at the bottom, you are today's #1 Cash App sponsor. You have sponsored me twice with the Cash Apps. Thank you, Sister Don. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, sis. With all the love. Appreciate you. Green Biggie. He can keep my subscription though. Yeah, I mean, you do what you think is right. You know what I'm saying? See, just because you subscribe to somebody, don't. I'm sure if you guys look through my videos, you'll be like, Brother Clarence, what'd you say that for? Right? You'll find something you'll agree with one of my videos. So that don't mean just because you subscribe to somebody. That's what we think as Black people. We think, oh, well, if I subscribe to them, I got to be down with everything they say. No, you don't. You ain't even down with everything your mama said. You ain't even down with everything your father said. You ain't got to be 10 toes down with everything, everybody, just because you subscribe to them. That's unfortunately the situation that Chef was in last night, where he was being asked to be 10 toes down with something. Yet he was told, hey, I don't know you, but I want you to be 10 toes down with me. King is crazy, man. Man, shout out to King. Wanna watch to at Don Frank. Peace to Sister Don. Don Frank, hello there. Watch it. Hello, happy to support. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go, Sister Don. Thank you for that Cash App. I'm gonna go buy the Maserati tomorrow. Right? I'm gonna go buy the Maserati tomorrow. Appreciate you. I needed that. That was ridiculous. Oh man, shout out to Sister Don, man. She's always up for a good joke. Oh man, shout out to her. Yeah, peace, man. Shout out to my whole chat. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Y'all all good sisters, man. Appreciate y'all. I'm the most blessed dude. I'd rather have 5 good sisters than 100. Like TLA be having 10,000 people or 5,000 people in the chat. I'd rather have 5 down people in here and people that's willing to tell me, yes, Brother Clarence, I don't rock with you, but I respect you. I can dig that. I don't rock with you sometimes, but I definitely respect you. I can dig that, man. I can dig that. That's cool. As Chef said, stays peaceful with everyone. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so, Sister Don. We was talking about that situation, the situation last night that was real ugly. You know what I mean? And I hope Chef can. I hope Chef and King could, kind of at least work it out where, there's no vitriol back there, because last night it was really an ugly situation, And I understand what I was explaining, Sister Don, where TLA kind of jumped me the same way King jumped Chef last night, and so I understand where Chef was coming from when he was just like, "What?" He was like, it came out of nowhere to him. He was like, "What?" Sister Dunn, the things that were said when he dropped off were crazy too. Very disrespectful. Yeah. And see, it's like me and Sister Wanda was talking about it earlier. The only way it's going to happen is King's going to probably have to publicly apologize, which I don't see. I didn't see that in his spirit last night. So maybe it might happen. Maybe it might not happen. But I could see how hurt Chef was. Chef was very hurt. He couldn't find the words. It's like me when a TLA attacked me. I was very hurt. I was like, What? I came to your channel to support you and support you in what you were saying, and now you making me look like I'm against you. What just happened there? What just happened there? So I understand where Chef is coming from. Absolutely. Yeah, right. It makes you feel ambushed, Sister Don. Yeah, you're right. It just makes you feel ambushed. And you're like, what? It's different being ambushed by your enemy, right? You ambushed by your enemy, you expect your enemy to come after you. But when you ambushed by your a person you considered a good friend, ouch. Because now, instead of defending yourself, you're thinking to yourself, man, where's the gap in understanding here? I thought we was down for each other. What happened? You know what I'm saying? And it never got to that. But hey, y'all go look at Jen's video for yourself. Y'all go look at it and y'all see what happened. But my thing, like I've been telling everybody, Sister Don, don't take no sides. Don't take no sides. If you can avoid it, don't take no sides in nothing. Because you don't know none of these people. You really don't know none of these people, and you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. See, Chef and Chef and Chef and King had conversation behind the scenes earlier in the day. See, that came out. So we don't know what was said on that conversation. We don't know what was said on that conversation. So that may be why he came in and stoked at Chef. So I'm saying, so we don't know. But if you take sides saying, well, Chef is usually a good dude. Yeah, he usually is. But shit, we don't know. We don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. Anyway, y'all, I'm at 4 hours and 36 minutes. You know, I think I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down. Maybe I'll do a live stream tomorrow just on this situation, and maybe I'll talk about that tomorrow. Sister Don, I do know Chef personally, Brooklyn. Well, good, Sister Don. Just make sure his spirit is good. You know what I'm saying? We want his spirit to be good. I feel like he was really hurt because he's like, man, damn, I came over here to support you, and you're the one throwing rocks at me. I think he expected if anybody was gonna throw rocks at him, it would probably be a Rilla throwing rocks at him. The last person he thought was gonna do what he did was King. I'm sure that's what. And shout out to Chef. Shout out to Chef. So tell Chef we rock with him. You know what I'm saying? We don't take no sides. I mean, I'm not taking no sides in nothing, and I don't need to know the intricacies of it. I hope that they work their relationship out. I hope they work the relationship out, and they're able to be better men behind it. But I want the rest of y'all not to, saying, Sister Don, Chef intimately, a little more intimately than the rest of us. So maybe you might be maybe asked to take a side or two. But I'm saying the rest of us that we don't know these people all that well, don't take no sides, because you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You really don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Sister Don, wow, you put a long one. Yes, I hope to address it. I hope you address it. You are a good one to do it. Oh, thank you, Sister Don. Appreciate you. Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'll see if I can get to it tomorrow. Maybe Tuesday might be a better day for it. Peace to you, brother. Much love, Sister Wana. Peace to you too, Sister Wana. And one of these days, man, I gotta get to Arkansas and get some of the tacos. Peace to you, though. Much love. Sister Don, of course he knows you are a peacemaker, I am sure. Yeah, man, I'm just I don't want to like I said, get involved without a fair knowledge. Like I would do the same thing for King. I wouldn't jump on King's team without having a knowledge of everything that happened. So if I can't jump on either one's team, then I have to just stay in the middle and just say, okay, y'all do y'all thing, y'all grown men, y'all do y'all thing. I'll stay out the way, and then I'll just give you my commentary on it. But it was very ugly. So Sister Don, you check in with Chef, man. Make sure Chef's okay. That's my dude too. King's my dude too. But I think King is in another space right now. So I don't think he necessarily needs somebody to check on him right now. I'll try to check on King a little later, let him cool off. But Chef, He was very hurt, so make sure he was okay. He's okay. Anyway, y'all, we're gonna shut it down. Let me give y'all an old school jam, and then I'm out of here. Where is it? Where's the old school jam? Oh, here we go. Old school set, So Far in Mint Condition. Yeah, go check that out. Mint Condition, man. It was one of my favorite bands back in the 90s. Go check that out. Go check that out. So Fine by Mint Condition. Oh, we got somebody else. Sister Don, I will do that, Brother Clarence. Thank you, Sister Don. Thank you for doing that. Checking in on him for us to make sure he's okay. You know what I'm saying? And if he's not okay, please let us know, because we can, run over there. I'll probably run to his channel today and see what he's talking about and try to just check in with him. All right, y'all. Peace. Thank y'all for stopping by. Good night, everybody. Thank you for stopping by in the chat. If you have anything you want me to talk about, and you guys want me to talk about anything, please hit me up on my email on my page. You just click about, and then I think it'll tell you. It shows you my email, and then man, you can just email me. Hey, Brother Clarence, hit this up, hit that up, whatever, and we can make it happen. All right, y'all. Until next time, I see y'all in the streets. Peace.